discarded all the naughty nights for niceness. Landed in a very common crisis. Everything's in order in a black hole. Nothing seems to pity is the past though. A Bloody Mary's like an El Tabasco. Remember when you used to be a rascal? Oh, the boys are slag. The best you ever had, the best you ever had is just a memory. And those dreams, when as daft as they seem, as daft as they seem, my love, when you dream them all. Flicking through a little book of sex tips. Remember when the bars were all electric? And now when she told she's gonna get it, I'm guessing that she'd rather just forget it. Clinging to not getting sentimental. Said she wasn't going but she went still. Like a gentleman had to be gentle. Was it a mechadabra or a betting pencil? Oh, the boys are slag. The best you ever had, the best you ever had is just a memory. And those dreams, when as daft as they seem, as daft as they seem, my love, when you dream them overflow. Where did you go?
Hallo, hallo. There are more seats in the front. Yeah? Oh, that works. The stage is ending. Okay. Jetzt kann da. Ooh, I didn't even need to quiet you down. That's cool. So, hello, welcome to Social Developers Conference 2024. Yes. Thank you. It seems super crowded now here in this space, but don't worry, we have a lot of workshops going on that you're all going to spread around the location today. But anyways, there are still seats in the front if you want to sit. So first of all, these are the sponsors of this year's conference who made this event possible, and also possible for everyone to get in for like a kind of low amount of money. So thank you all for joining today. It's really cool to see so many new faces this year. And also I want to say a big thank you to my team today. they made this event happening today, or make it happening today, but also in the past weeks and months before. Special thanks to these three over there, Anne, Mike, and Sophie. And then in the back on the stream, Yatta and Daniel. Where are you? Thank you. Oh, that's great with the, well, you can guess what what we want to say. So we're Social Developers Club. We are an inclusive tech community or tech club. And our goal is to make technology more accessible to everyone and also connect all the areas in tech with, the world actually. If you have questions about the community, let me know. I'll be running around probably the whole day somewhere here. But our main focus is that we do conferences like today, usually once a year, but also DevFest in November, but this year it's in October, so you can already mark your calendars. Also, we do workshops. Usually our workshops are for education for younger people, kids and students. We do it together with the Hacker School, with Goethe Institute and Körber Stiftung. So if you want to get involved in one of these organizations, please also let me know. They're always looking for cool people. And we do meetups as well. On our meetup page, we do around monthly, so every month should be an event happening in Hamburg, maybe some other locations in Germany this year as well. Stay tuned. I don't know if you can scan it now. Try. This is new. We're just going to try this out. We have a WhatsApp group now where we post all the... Yeah. Does it work? Yeah. Nice. We will also, on our social media accounts, but also on this WhatsApp group, we will post all news, what's happening in the club, and also about all the events going on. And also if we are looking for volunteers for events like these. Okay, I still see phones up. All right. Now dance battle. No, just kidding. Yes. Okay, last phone up. 3, 2, 1. Time. Another QR code. This time it's for all our social channels, but also this location is a little tricky. It's like a labyrinth, you know? So we have events, side quests happening in all corners here. And when you scan it, we also put a site map on our link tree. So if you get lost, there is the plan. Yeah, that's important to scan. We will also try to put it on the display above the bar, but yeah. Speaking of the bar, drinks are free today, just as soon as they're there, as long as they're there. But we also have water. If you brought your own bottles, you can refill coffee. Everything should be set up by now, and there's also breakfast over there. Okay, now I don't see any more phones up. Great. Yeah, also feel free to talk about this event today. If you like it, tag us. Maike is our social media manager, and Christoph, they will reshare probably everything today. So we're really happy to see what you like today. Yeah, and again, our awesome partners, a lot of them are here today, and a lot of them are also giving workshops, so you can also learn a lot from them, and we'll talk about the job role later, but please give them again a big applause. All right, Anne, it's your turn.
Hi guys, my name is Anne, and today the first question is, who of you knows Pac-Man? Raise your hands. Perfect. So for the few who don't know what Pac-Man is, I will explain it right now. For today, you know, we're here for networking and socializing, and so this is our rule today, is the Pac-Man circle. So if you stay in a group and talk to each other, just make sure there's a gap so someone can join your circle.
Anytime.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so now we have, can you stop the time then?
Yeah.
So we have a 2-minute icebreaker for you. And the question today is, if you could have any job in the world for one day, what would it be? So talk to your neighbor, so someone who sits next to you.
And you don't know, maybe.
Yeah. And the time
Starts
starts now. Schweigefuchs. The good old Schweigefuchs. Okay, guys. I think you know each other now very well. So let's go to the next slide. Some Augur stuff. Here's the site map again, just to show you we are at a red point. And if you want to go to Altona, it's over there. And if you need a way to St. Pauli, it's here. And to Tokyo, it's over here. And to the space, it's just that way. Yeah. The lab is in the back. And in every corner, there's toilets. So, yeah, we get that question often. And also, so like important points are coffee, like over here. And also there's one coffee point in the back. Okay, and yeah, you can find it also on the link tree. Then to Sophie.
Thank you. Okay, a quick note to the badges. So you have the front with the, yes, here, as you can see here, or there. And there's this big blank field where you can put in your name. And then on the back, there's this visualization which you can, color if you like to. So we have colorful pencils in the back, and also I think here at the front desk are some pencils. And we thought this would be a nice additional way to, encourage people to talk to maybe people they haven't met before, give them some kind of icebreaker, conversation starter. So if you feel comfortable, you don't have to, you can do whatever you want with it, but if you feel comfortable, you can just color each part that describes you and your experience, right? Yes. So here's an example how I would fill it out or filled it out digitally this morning. So this is how it could look like, but feel free to take whatever colors you like. You can put in patterns, you can draw all over the place. It's really, express yourself, but that's the basic idea behind it, so you know. How beautiful are they? Thank you. So I feel like this was such a DIY conference this year because we did so many things ourselves. The badges, Daniel did them, and Sophie, and I love them so much, and also the lanyards. And also, there on the gray wall, you see the job wall we tried new skills on the laser cutter, so we actually cut them and sprayed them ourselves. Also, please check it out. Our partners have really cool jobs. Yeah. It's still hanging up. If you have jobs, you can also sneak them up there. Yeah, and this is Bonnie. She helped us with laser cutting. Yes. So a few words to our kids track. That's the first time. We're just going to try it out this year because it's a weekend and we know some of you have kids and we want all of you here. So we have a special area for the next generation of techies. It's happening, in the back over there where the food is. I mean, if you also want to go all in Scratch and making field, you can also try it out, of course. Talk to the Hacker School, talk to Felix from Make It Mint. These are really cool projects you can also support in your free time. Thank you for hosting the Kids Track.
Okay, so then, as well, and next. Okay, just a little confusion. Okay, another cool thing we have at this conference here, as Anne already mentioned, we have the XR exploration area, like this. You can try out really cool XR stuff in the back in this room right there. Next one. Okay, another cool thing we have at this conference, we will host a live podcast. It's provided by Unmute AT and Mind Attack. That's so cool. Let's applause, please. Okay, and probably the most important for today. Free Wi-Fi for all. Yes, you can check it, yes. You can find them also, if you can't remember this, you can find it everywhere on the walls, probably, yes. All right, the second most important. Anne mentioned it already. You can search in the corners, except of this corner, there's no toilet there, but if someone needs like a wheelchair access toilet, we have it over there and just there. Just search in the corners and sometimes you will find a toilet, yes. Okay, so then let's talk about the program.
Do you want? Okay. All right. So you probably all checked it out on the website, but just to let you know what's happening now. I saw you went crazy on the workshops. I think they're all full. Actually, we have a capacity of 20 people per workshop. So all the people that registered online have their spots saved, I would say. The ones who put in their names first on the list have the second chance. And then everyone who's just waiting outside and trying to squeeze in is on third place. So let's try this. Before lunch, we have the workshops developing smart contracts with TypeScript on XPR network. It's a really cool Web3 workshop by one of our sponsors. And I can totally recommend it. Then the next one also happening at 11. I know it's a really hype topic and we all want to be app developers this year. So check out the Flutter workshop by Sasha. And we also, by BNerd, another one of our sponsors, we have the Kubernetes workshop. This is probably already so full. You went crazy on the online registrations. I think it was finished, sold out probably an hour after I sent the link around. So probably not a good chance to get in this one. And then by Fabrice, we have the behavioral design workshop in the Tokyo space. That's a smaller space, so be super fast if you want to get in. And then on the stage, we start with Josie and bridging the empathy gap, making the web more accessible and inclusive. Right after is, hello, Enno. Smallest participant today. Then we have Pallavi with the role of AI in IT operations, also here on main stage. And then before lunch, then we have a coffee break. After Josie, we have a coffee break, I'm sorry. And then before lunch, we welcome Andy to the stage with another accessibility talk. This time it's more focusing on testing. So that's before lunch program. Then after lunch, real quick. You know, we're all in home office a lot and we don't all have the standing desks and everything. So Lisa is helping us with our tech next after lunch and does a little yoga with us. Also, Katie, where are you? There. Really special today. She jumped in because one of our speakers got sick. So, yeah, thank you. And she's doing really cool Python scripts you could do to make boring tools fun. I will be here 100%. And then closing, we will be with optimizing web vitals. Yeah, right, yeah, I was like, yeah, I remember, right? Okay, Eileen will show us, yes, how we level up our drinking experience. That's great. All right. Speaking of this, drinks are in the back. All right. And then the workshops after lunch are by Dimi and our sponsor Seal, building a super fast portfolio website. I think we totally need this with the new Google updates. And then we have the AWS Lambda workshop, probably also not a chance to get in anymore. And then by Sophie, the Creating Database workshop, where you learn how to do, for example, this poster close to the job wall. She generated this with code and it's super cool, and you learn how to do cool database projects. So I think that's enough talking. Let's go into your workshop rooms or snacks, breakfast, wherever you want to go, and get to know each other today. We have a lot of breaks, enough time to connect and network, and yeah, I wish you have a great day today. Thank you for joining.
Hello? Sounds, yeah. So, hi. I hope that everyone is ready to get started. We have many interesting topics today here in the main stage. Our first speaker will talk about creating experience for everyone. So, the stage is yours, Josephine.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. How you doing? You okay? Yeah? Okay. I see some happy faces. That's good. Still happy, so that's good. Nice. I'm Josephine. I'm here to talk about web accessibility and creating a more inclusive web. Out of curiosity, have you worked with accessibility before? Can you maybe raise your hands? All right, quite a few. That's amazing. So I hope there's going to be something in there for you, regardless of whether you have worked with accessibility before or not. And we'll dive right in. So really quickly about me, my name's Josephine. I'm Hamburg local. I'm a women tech makers, GDE and Girl Code ambassador. And in my free time, I'm a dance teacher and a cat mom. And there will be a picture of my cat later in the presentation, so stay tuned. And yeah, in my day job, I work as an accessibility engineer at Storyblock. Storyblock is a headless CMS. They also currently have some open tech roles. So if you check out the job board, if you're looking for something, it might be in there. All right, let's dive right in. So I actually want to start with a story. I was recently studying for there's an accessibility specialist exam, and I was studying for that. And in the process of studying for it, I was learning about a university in Gallaudet in the US. They built this exactly like for people who are hard of hearing or deaf. And they were restructuring the entire architecture around those people's needs. And I was like, my mind was blown because there were so many things I had never thought about. Well, because I am not deaf, I don't personally know anybody who is. And I had just never considered it. For example, they build really wide walkways. So if people are signing, they can look at each other and not bump into each other, right? They need a little bit more space. Or they built the doors made of like milk glass, or they introduced mirrors so that you wouldn't necessarily run into somebody if you can't hear them coming. Or they tried to exclude, not have stairs, not have like sharp corners, but rather build it round and in a ramp. So many like small details that I had not previously considered, and I was learning so much reading about this university. And this is because we as humans, I hope I'm not alone in this, but we as humans base our assumptions on our own experiences. And that's normal, that's natural, right? However, it's, for me, it was not, I didn't know this was happening, so it was kind of creating a little bit of an unconscious bias. Luckily, I am not in the position to make any of these decisions for this university, but I'm making decisions or making assumptions based on something that I didn't know, and it was just based on my own experience. And so these assumptions will tend to exclude people, right? And luckily, I didn't make the decisions for this university again. But in this place, you could also talk about ableism, right? So discriminating somebody based on disability. And when it comes to tech, this actually has a massive impact if we think about who is writing the code and who maybe isn't, and who they are considering, what are their experiences that are going into the process of creating this code. And tech has the benefit of being able to make a lot of content a lot more accessible. So for example, digital text is going to be a lot easier to convert it into something that can be read out by a screen reader and therefore be accessible to people who may be not able to see it. However, if we implement it in the wrong way, it creates more and more barriers, right? So that's why it's really, really important. It has a massive impact on technology. And now if we start thinking about who is actually writing our code, and how is this gap created where what we need would be a lot more accessible code, but who's writing the code and what are they considering, right? And so statistically, I know you all like numbers, so statistically, around 20% of people who write code are women. 43% are between 25 and 34, so relatively young. In the State of JS survey, almost 70% of the respondents were white, and the majority is able-bodied or did not report a disability. And by the way, I forgot to mention, in the end, there's going to be another QR code, like we had a lot before, with all the resources. So if you're curious about any of the stuff that I'm mentioning or the slides and you want to go through them in your own time, it's all going to be there in the end, right? So you can check that out. So if you summarize, those statistics, who's writing our code? Somebody like this guy? I mean, obviously we wouldn't have amazing conferences like this one if every single person who wrote code would be someone like Ken, right? But statistically, we've just seen it. The majority of people who write our code, who write our software, they're probably men, probably white, relatively young, and relatively able-bodied, right? And that has a big impact on technology, and it has a lot of consequences. And now we're going to have a look at the most common accessibility issues that have been found in the WebAIM 1 million report. So that report is also linked in the resources. It's a report of 1 million, the 1 million most popular websites, and they've been tested according to accessibility guidelines. So that's the abbreviation here, WCAG, that's the Web Accessibility Content Guidelines, right? So just a set of rules this was tested against. And they have found a lot of issues, but we'll go through them one by one and see what are the most common issues and how could we maybe fix them, or how could we do this right. So the first thing that comes up is the missing document language with almost 20%. And so maybe this has happened to you. You drive across a border. I don't know, what's the closest border to here? Maybe Denmark. And you drive across the border. Your phone is still set to German, and it starts pronouncing things in a really funny way. And it's so hard to get around, and it's very disorienting, right? And this is probably what it feels like if you're using a screen reader and the document language isn't set, because the screen reader doesn't know how to pronounce things, and so it likely does it wrong. Like Joey. And so what you could do, of course this is simplified, but basically adding a language to your document, right? Something like English, for example, so that it knows how to pronounce the website content. The second thing from the bottom would be empty buttons. Almost 30% of the websites in the report got that wrong. And again, very simplified example, doesn't look like that in the real life, but what we really want is to have some sort of name, something that a screen reader could announce that is part of that button, right? We need to know what to tell people if they maybe can't see it. But what happens a lot in the real life is that we use pretty little icons and forget to attach alternative text, we forget to attach an ARIA label, we forget to give it some sort of context, and then the screen reader doesn't really know what to announce, and maybe it's going to read out the name, maybe it's going to read out the source of the image, but it's definitely not going to provide enough context for a screen reader user to actually use it properly, right? Then this kind of goes into the same direction, but missing form input labels. So I was testing a drop-down component that we have in our design system, and what happened here is there is no label attached to the field. And so what we see here at the bottom is a printed version of what my screen reader was saying. And so it's saying choose an option, which is the placeholder text, right? But I don't know what option to, like, what am I choosing? I don't know. And if I can't see what's going on, I will never know, right? And so this is something we could fix, for example, by adding some sort of label for my field. Regardless of the kind of input, we need a label associated with that input field. The next thing is the empty links. That's super similar to the empty buttons. So ideally, we would want something like any sort of content that is like tells me where I'm going. We also want that to be meaningful, so not click here, because then I don't know where is this link gonna take me. Or if we have an image, we would want an ARIA label, for example, to give context again to people who are using screen readers. Again, I'm testing a part of our app. As you can tell, my employer's website or our app is not accessible yet because there's so many things wrong with it. I'm in the process of fixing it, but it's a long journey. So here, the screen reader would read out something like, it's a visited link. It reads the URL where I'm going, but that doesn't really tell me what that means, right? And so I would need some form of context for my link that tells me what actually is happening here. We're slowly coming to the top of the things that go wrong the most. Almost 60% of the 1 billion pages had missing alternative texts. So this would be an image isn't loading, maybe because your internet connection isn't bad or isn't good, or maybe you can't see the image. You still want some sort of context of what's going on, right? And here we have some alternative text, black and white cat sitting under a pink umbrella. I promise you a cat, you'll get a cat. And the alternative text is telling us what's happening, right? And so here we see, I didn't make it up, that is my cat. And this is what would happen if you were able to see the image, right? But we got some sort of context for what's going on. And then the last thing that goes wrong the most, with over 80%, is low contrast. And so color contrast is really important for us to distinguish, for example, the text against the background. And I'm not sure if it's even visible with the lights going on, but there's really low contrast text here. And what we want generally is a contrast ratio between 4.5 to 1. So here we would see an example at the top that's really good contrast. We have really dark writing on a really light background. And this one is super hard to read because it has a really low color contrast, right? And so this is the thing that goes wrong the most. And of course, if you have a existing brand design guidelines, it's really hard to fix, to make these changes. But it's something that technically should not be too hard to fix and is going to make a massive impact for so many people. And all of these consequences sum up in only 3% of the internet being accessible. And this, for me, this was really shocking because I assumed, I know we're not doing great, but I didn't assume we were doing this badly. And so, yeah, if you were dependent on assistive technology, is definitely going to be a struggle, right? And often at this point, people tell me, well, yeah, that's all great, and we all want to do accessibility, but it's so expensive, and we don't really have the time, we don't really have the resources. And from my point of view, it's a lot more expensive not to implement accessibility, and we're going to talk a little bit about why. So if you're not implementing web accessibility, you're likely failing to comply with human rights. Accessibility is a human right, and that alone, from my point of view, that should end the conversation. Usually it doesn't with the people who you want to spend money on, but that should kind of end the conversation, right? Then, if you need to convince somebody, it usually helps to point out that there are lawsuits that you can face depending on the market that you're in, depending on the industry that you are in, but there are laws to protect those human rights, for example, and there's also laws coming to the EU that are going to get a bit stricter in 2025, and so there's a lot of good reason, if you're trying not to get sued, to implement web accessibility. You're missing a lot of business opportunities, also again something I feel like this should not be a point, but it usually helps to convince people who you want to spend money on this. Because if you're thinking about how many people are affected or who benefit from web accessibility, actually we have 1 billion people who experience some form of disability throughout their lifetime. 15% of the global population, that number is likely going to go up because we all grow older and older. And it's not even only those people, it's a lot more people than that. I think we all benefit from web accessibility because it's not only the permanent disabilities, like physical or auditory, cognitive, neurological, but also situational limitations or temporary impairments, right? So you could be, you could have a broken arm. You could also be holding a cat and just be able to use one hand to navigate on your screen, right? Or maybe you're in a loud environment or on the bus and you don't want to turn up the sound, and so you want to rely on captions. There's so many cases in which web accessibility is super beneficial. And if the 1 billion people doesn't convince your employer or whoever makes the decision on paying for web accessibility, maybe something like this will. It does affect all of us. And then you could go with the whole spiel, basically. If you're missing all those people, you're gonna lose a lot of revenue. It's a lot of people with large spending power in numbers. Probably if you're not implementing web accessibility or you're not thinking about it, your user experience might not be as great, or it could be, let's say there's room for improvement, right, if you're not thinking about web accessibility yet. If your user experience isn't that great, probably your users aren't as engaged as they could be. And again, that leads us back to missing business opportunity and losing revenue. Maybe if you're not thinking about web accessibility, also your employees can't be as effective as they could be if you had those systems in place. You're undermining your own corporate social responsibility. You don't want to be thought of something as a company who doesn't care about accessibility, right? And that can all turn back to really negative brand image. And again, like with the lawsuits, it's a bigger thing in countries like Norway, Canada, or the US, where companies get sued quite regularly for not complying with web accessibility standards. But this can really circle back and spiral into like a little bit of a negative brand image situation. So if I have now convinced you that there are many, many good reasons to think about web accessibility, it's time to start integrating empathy into our development and product cycles, right? And just before we dive in how to do this, let's think about who is involved, right? There's no finger pointing here because this actually affects literally everybody on a team. So not only the developers, not only the designers, but also people who create content or test that kind of content, right? Everybody is involved in that decision. And so if we were to say, okay, let's get started, like how do we do this? The first thing that I would suggest doing would be defining really clear accessibility goals, right? Without a goal, where are you even going? And that could be, for example, going back to those guidelines, the WCAG. They have 3 different kinds of levels, A, AA, and AAA. And usually, if you want to comply with the laws that are coming, if you want to go for like a middle ground, AA is probably your best bet. AAA is a lot more niche and very specified. So it's amazing if that's what you're aiming for, but if you're just starting out, this might be a good place to go. And developers love documentation, right? So everything is defined in there, what you should comply to. There's lots of examples on how to do it. So that's a really good place to start. What I think is really helpful, because accessibility can be super overwhelming in the beginning, would be to identify kind of your most common user journey. So what we did, for example, in our project was look at the Google Analytics. Where are people going? What are the most common components? What are the most common user routes? Where is the company making money, if that helps make your case, right? And so look at the analytics, define where you can invest now, and then move up from there. It's likely gonna solve a lot of issues already once you get started. You could run an initial audit. There are many great tools to do this. I can actually really quickly show you on our website. So there are things, for example, like the XDev tools is a really great tool. I can run it here on our page, and we'll see a lot of issues come up, right? Of course, automated testing does not eliminate the need for manual testing? Absolutely not, but it's a great place to start. And then I could go in here and say, okay, so what are my issues? I can see, this might be a little bit small for you. Wait, can I zoom in? Yeah. But we have a button doesn't have enough text. We have color contrast issues, so this is kind of reflecting at what we've just seen from the statistics, right? Color contrast is a really big one. Then we have some semantic HTML issues here. And I can go through each one. I could highlight it and see where it's going. Yeah, here we have an image that's a button that's maybe questionable in itself, but that's a different conversation. And so I can go through each of these issues, highlight them, maybe have a look at the code, what's going on, and then it's going to give me some tips on how I can fix it. And that would be one way to get started somewhere, right? And also, for example, in Lighthouse, there's accessibility tests. Built in, so I could run a Lighthouse report just for accessibility if I wanted to, if that's more your tool that you're used to using. It's a similar thing, run that, and there's also many plugins and great apps to do a similar thing, achieve the same. It was a really good place to start. So, we can continue. Next, I would go about identifying low-hanging fruit and kind of prioritize, because it gets so overwhelming, especially if you see something like, okay, I have like 72 issues on that page. Don't even get me started on the app. Where do I even start? Maybe with something that's going to give us a little bit of a boost, something that we can fix relatively easily, in air quotes, but that affects a lot of my different components. For example, something like the color contrast, if I can make adjustments to the design, would be a good place to start. If we emphasize high code quality, we've seen a bunch of issues with the HTML as well. This is going to resolve a lot of issues. So likely, if you do, or if you validate your HTML, if you make sure that your code is readable and semantic, it's probably already going to make some improvements. It's going to be good for search engine optimization. It's going to be good for performance, right? You're doing yourself a favor if you spend time on that. Automate where you can, so we don't want to rely on making right decisions every time, especially when things get stressful. So at Lintus, there's some really great tools also from X. They have accessibility linters, for example. There's accessibility linters for VS Code or the IDE of your choice for the different frameworks. So there's many great things that can make your job easier, or you could include it in the CI/CD pipelines. Lots of different options. It's also good to think about different user personas. So there's a really cool tool I can show you here. It's called Cards for Humanity, and it lets me kind of shuffle cards. So I could shuffle the cards. I get a persona. We have Jenny here, 45, is lazy and is very anxious. And then I can have a look at that user's needs. Again, I'm sorry, it's relatively small, but you get the gist, right? And then I could swap out the card, for example. I can play around and see, so kind of open up my own horizon a little bit on what my typical user, again in air quotes, looks like actually, right? So normally it's not only what you, maybe it is, but not only what you first think of when you think of your product or services user. And then invest in user testing. So it's all fun and games to have people do this on the side, in line with all their other responsibilities. Maybe put it on your front-end dev to implement some tests, or to make sure that your QA goes through it, sure. But if you have the option to include people who actually use native technology, natively assistive tech, so they know what to expect, right? They know what they're looking for. They know what kind of context they need to actually use your product or your service. Is going to be so much, you're going to get so much great feedback for your development, and you're going to learn so much. So that's a lot of actionable steps. And I hope maybe it gives you a little bit of a guideline on where you could get started if you haven't already. And it's always, like, at least for me, these big kind of projects get very intimidating, and it's like completely normal and human. But getting started and just doing 10% if you can is better than doing nothing at all, because it's going to help so much for people who actually rely on your website being accessible. So thank you so much. The resources I promised are in there. I think, I haven't checked the time, but I think we have like 5 minutes for questions if you have any. But if you don't want to ask your question now, you could also reach out on LinkedIn or on X. My DMs are open. I'm super happy to chat about web accessibility or anything else. Thank you so much. Questions? No questions. Well, thank you then, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
So we are going to have now 30 minutes for coffee break, and we meet us again at 12. Oh, yeah, I forgot it. No, we have such a cool...
Yeah, we have a small surprise for you. So first, thank you, Josephine, for the nice talk once again. Yeah, so I need 2 volunteers. We're going to play a giveaway game. So who is volunteering? Yeah, come on. Okay, please, come on the stage. You as well? Yeah, thank you. So, what's your name, guys?
I'm Ole.
So we have Hila and Ole. Yeah, welcome to the stage, guys. Yeah, so you're going to be asked one simple question. Yeah, and if you answer it correct, you win a 50 euros gift card from the developer shop to buy your mugs, hoodies, t-shirts, or whatever you want. So I'm gonna start with a lady, yeah, if that's okay with you. So what is the name of the open source platform that enables developers to automate the deployments of applications inside software containers, ensuring that their software works seamlessly in any environment? Maybe Ole? No idea. Okay, I'm gonna try with another one. What is the name of the open source JavaScript library developed by Facebook for building user interfaces and single-page applications? Hila? No front-end. Okay. What about Ole? It is React. Yeah, it is React. Yes, yes. Thank you, Ole. Thank you. So, I have another question for Hila. What is the name of the open source system for automating deployments, scaling, and management of cloud applications, originally designed by Google and now maintained by the Cloud Native Computing Foundation? It's a fancy name, a long one, but fancy. Is anyone willing to help Hila here? Yeah? Yes, it's Kubernetes. It's Kubernetes. Yes, it's Kubernetes. Yes, thank you so much. So we got some help from the crowd. Yeah, I'm gonna give you the gift cards right away. So now it's time for coffee break.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, now. So, everyone is ready? After our coffee break, we have our first speaker. She's also passionate about supporting girls in tech, and she's also leading a girls tech community in Hamburg. So let's learn together about AI ops.
Okay, hi. Show of hands, how many of you have here spent hours troubleshooting a bug or an IT issue only to feel like you're chasing a ghost? Couple of you. And also, do you feel overwhelmed by the alerts that your systems generate and often end up looking like this guy? I don't know about you, but I myself have been here countless of times. This, by the way, is an AI-generated image by DAL-E when I asked it for giving me a picture of a frustrated software engineer who is trying to solve his IT problems. Like I said, I think I find myself looking like this person many times. Mine is the helmet. I don't know what that's about. Hi, my name is Pallavi Agrawal. I'm a tech delivery lead consultant with Accenture, and today I'm here to talk about a rather hot topic in the market, which I'm sure all of you have by now heard of and even used, AI, but from the lens of IT operations. So my topic today is called AI Ops. Gosh, another tech term, am I right? When we work in the tech industry, there are a lot of tech terms and buzzwords which are thrown around in conversations. And we're often left feeling confused what these terms even mean, or how do they even come together. And for this, I like to use a rather simple approach to break it down and demystify it for us, which is basically to answer 3 simple questions. Why should I care about this? What exactly is it? And how can I use it in my daily life to solve my problems? And that's exactly what we're going to do in the duration of this talk today. So let's dive in. The why. To talk about this, let's rewind a bit. So around 9 years ago, when I started my career in tech as an operations analyst for a fintech company back in India, my main job was to ensure that our systems were up and running 24/7, to resolve downtimes for our critical applications. And as you can imagine, it was a fintech company, so every minute of downtime was costing the company X amount of dollars. So how I did this was to manually monitor our systems, try to find the root cause, involve the right people, and bring up the systems back up again as soon as possible. Sounds simple, doesn't it? Wasn't really. I found myself playing whack-a-mole with IT issues constantly. And during this time, I came across a rather interesting concept. It's called the Rumsfeld quadrant. Show of hands, how many of you have heard of this terminology before? Okay. For those who haven't, so Donald Rumsfeld is a former US Secretary of Defense. And he became wildly famous for one of his rather controversial statements, which goes, "We don't know what we don't know." It's a confusing statement, so I'm going to repeat it. We don't know what we don't know. You might ask, why is this relevant here? Let me explain. So basically, what the IT professionals did is they translated this concept of Rumsfeld into the Rumsfeld quadrant of monitoring in the IT ops world. What this means is that basically all our IT issues today can roughly be summarized into any 4 of these quadrants, which is basically plotted against the ability to detect issues versus the ability to respond to issues. Let's look at this a bit more objectively. So let's start with the one on the top left. Known. What this means is, I know what my problem is, and I know how to solve it. Sounds pretty straightforward, right? That's good monitoring. Basically, you can imagine a scenario where you get a recurring disk full issue as an alert. You know what your problem is, and you know how to solve it by adding more disk space. Pretty straightforward. If you look at the one on the bottom left, which is an unknown known, which basically means that I don't know what my problem is, but I know how to solve it. This could imagine, you can imagine a scenario where you as an application owner are not really aware of where the problem lies, but you know that you have a third-party dependency to another application, and you know whenever the problem happens, you know who to escalate to, and you can fix the issue. But this is still in the traditional monitoring sense, a monitoring gap, because let's face it, you don't really know where the problem lies exactly. Moving to the right, known, unknown, which basically means that I know what my problem is, but I don't know how to solve it yet. This, in the traditional IT ops world, means an active incident, where basically I, as an ops analyst, have to involve the right people, root cause, try to do root cause analysis, investigate thousands of lines of logs, and try to find the root cause and fix it. And finally, the one on the bottom right. This is the real blind spot in your system, folks. This is the unknown unknown, which is basically, I don't know what my problem is, and I also don't know how to solve it. So how exactly will I get to know about this? Well, from your customers, of course, or if things go really bad, from social media trolls. And what exactly happened when I was working in the operations as an analyst was that I was naturally looking at issues all four of the quadrants. But obviously, the ones on the right are the ones which are more challenging, because let's face it, our traditional monitoring systems can only tell you so much. And this problem has actually grown in the last couple of years because our architectures have become more complex. Today, we are dealing with distributed systems, multi-cloud architectures, hybrid architectures, huge amounts of data. And as our architectures have evolved, but one thing remains constant, which is to make our customers happy. So how exactly have companies tried to solve this, you might wonder. And a lot of companies have over the years tried to solve this problem by throwing more manpower to the problem. So basically, trying to add more engineers into your teams to operate the platform. But I guess many of you might agree that in the real world scenario, with the increasing demand of our customers and the growing data that our systems are generating, adding people is not really a scalable solution. So how do we keep our customers happy? Or in the sense of Rumsfeld, how do we make the two quadrants on the right an issue for less of an issue? And for that, enter AI Ops. So basically, AI Ops uses the automation-first mindset to use machine learning and big data to improve your IT operations, and moving us from a reactive to a proactive and now to a predictive monitoring mindset. So, okay, you might be wondering, okay, that sounds all cool and intriguing, but what exactly is AI Ops and what's going on behind the scenes, right? So basically, AI Ops is a terminology which is, as it says, artificial intelligence for IT operations, was a term that was coined by Gartner in 2016. And it basically has a textbook definition, which you can see here. And I would simplify it for you. It basically means that we use machine learning models like NLP and try to use those data sets into making our IT operations better for our daily lives and also improving the lives of all engineers around. Now, basically, what exactly does that even mean? So, to simplify it, it is a three-phased approach: data collection, data analysis, and data action. So history repeats itself, right? So as the first step to do AI ops, you need to collect huge amounts of historical data from your systems, be it from on-prem or cloud servers, from web servers, from APIs, from databases, you name it. And also from different sources. So be it logs, metrics, traces, events, all kinds of data. And basically you feed this data into an AI ML model, which is then filtering out the noise and really picking the significant data, which can then be fed into the analytics AI system has. Then the second step after you've collected the right data is to analyze it. And what that means by analysis is basically it normalizes the data, it enriches it with basically things from the external world, like your content management systems or your databases, your financial systems, and tries to find anomalies and patterns, what could really make sense for you as an owner to look at. And finally, once the data is analyzed, is the time to act. So what does ACT mean? ACT could mean many things for different teams. It could mean that there is an automated ticket generated in your system once there's an issue. Or you as a team member is paged or called to look at a problem. Or it could even mean auto-remediation, like a restart of a server to fix the issues. So basically, in the end, the summary is that AI ops could mean different things for different people, but it really depends on where you are in your IT landscape. So if you are a product owner or directly speaking to the customers, or are you a software developer or a UX designer, I think this is relevant for all domains, but it just in different capacities, really depending on what you're looking for and how can you improve your customer experience. So to summarize the benefits, as I said, it can really help you do faster and more automated incident resolution. It can optimize your customer and infrastructure cost. So basically, the system can itself find patterns and tell you where exactly the problem lies. Because you can imagine a scenario now that you work in a healthcare system or in a healthcare company, and you have an online health record system where you maintain your patients' records. Now take a scenario that this health record system has to be up and running all the time because it has very critical data for you. So you are monitoring it with a bunch of tools to measure its performance, its availability, its reliability, its security, and so on. Now imagine a scenario that every morning at 2 a.m., there is a CPU spike in the system. So your monitoring system naturally tries to create an automated alert for you to look at it. Now after an hour or so, it notices that the alert has cleared or the CPU spike has gone down. So it closes the incident with no known cause. This is reactive monitoring. Now, me as a human operator might look back a week or 2 weeks of data and see that this is happening every day. And I realize that actually this could be potentially happening because every day at 2 a.m., there's an antivirus software running in my system that could be causing potentially this spike. So I, as an operator, try to automate my platform such that the next time this happens, it will, before it raises an alert for me, it checks whether this antivirus software is running or not. This is proactive monitoring. So it helps you really reduce a lot of noise in your system and really opens up the time for you as an operator to look at bigger issues. But AIOps doesn't stop here. Today, with this new wave of Gen AI software, the system itself intuitively can look at anomalies and try to detect patterns before even I am involved in the system. And it could even look at weekly recommendations and give you some sort of recommendations about what can you do to improve your system without a human being even intervened in between. So that is the power of the AI solutions out there. Okay, I think I've talked a lot about what exactly the platform can do, but how can you start doing this as of today? So fun fact, The cost or the average cost of IT downtime is around $5,600 to $9,000 per minute based on industry size and company vertical. That is massive. And this is just growing as of today. So companies, as you can imagine, naturally, are trying to really find solutions which can help reduce this cost for them. So AI Ops is one of the top growing things in the market as of today to really help you improve your customer experience and to resolve downtimes. So I would like to now talk a bit about how can you, in your teams, get started with something like this. And the technology right now is all out there. There are a lot of solutions in the market, but it's also about the how, of how you can do it, right? So I would like to talk a little bit about how exactly you can get started. And the first thing I would like to say is start small and incrementally. So don't try to build a whole AI solution for your organization on day one. Just know that before you do AI ops, you need to do ops. So basically, it's completely fine to have traditional monitoring in your systems, having red, amber, green alerts, having the right capacity, having the right processes in place before you do AI ops. A lot of average mid to large organizations have on an average 5 to 10 monitoring tools, if not more, already in the system. And working with different customers, I have seen that a lot of companies try to find the new fancy tool in the market and try to use that already into their existing stack and try to plug it in and hope that they will fix their IT issues. But in my experience, this is not an advisable approach. Instead, understand your organization, try to align your technology to the business goals, try to break down your problems and really find what's important for you and your team, and then accordingly find the right solution in the market. The second, AI ops is not a product but an approach. I think this is often misunderstood. So knowing that AI ops is a capability and not a standalone product. So before you go out there and try to find a new cool tool, look at what already exists in your operational stack and try to find the gaps there, and then accordingly find the suitable solution for yourself. The third, get the right data in. Well, without data, there is no AI ops. And when we talk about get the right data in, it also means all kinds of data. So the more data you give to an AI/ML model, you can agree it will work even better. So it's structured data, unstructured data, or in which domain of data, be it business, applications, platform, infrastructure. Basically looking at it completely holistically and trying to really break down what exactly can I use to find anomalies and patterns. That is the right approach. The fourth, and one of the most important, AI ops is about a culture shift. So one of my biggest learnings working with different customers in trying to build monitoring and observability solutions for them has been that whenever there's a new methodology out there in the market, there's always a fear and hesitation to adopt it by us humans, because we fear that this will replace us in certain ways. So it's really important for us as teams to give our teams the time to redefine our manual processes and to help us build trust in the system to run automations. Of course, this does not mean that this will completely one day replace us, because if you remember now the Rumsfeld quadrant, the unknown unknowns, right on the top, on the bottom right, this will never go away, because you will always have a new problem being generated by the system which you don't know about. So you can automate things on the top, the 3 quadrants on the top, but you can never fully automate the ones on the bottom right. So we will always be needed by the system, but we can still automate our regular, mundane, day-to-day tasks, which will really give us time to look at the bigger strategic problems that your teams are facing. And finally, the last one, there is no one-size-fits-all tool out there. This is really important. One of my biggest observations has been that no matter how big or small your organization is, all our IT issues can roughly be grouped into the same buckets. Yet, we all build different solutions for different customers. Why is that? Because there is no one-size-fits-all tool there. So we all try to look at the different tools and technologies in the market today. There are a lot of SaaS-based solutions. There are a lot of open-source solutions. So the solutions are plenty. But we really need to, as our own teams, try to align our business goals, try to break down our cost models, try to see what's compatible with our current architecture, and really find the right solution. So in summary, what I'm trying to say is that it can only get better from here. As of today, the AI solutions in the market have always had rather a controversial opinion. And there is a lot of material out there. Trust me, there is a lot of it. But here I try to summarize some things which for me have worked a lot in terms of understanding things. The first two are basically an open source guide and the Rumsfeld quadrant I talked about in my talk. The third one is a Spotify podcast. Actually, you can find it easily on Spotify, which I really like because it talks about a lot of other topics about operations, not just AI ops, but also linking it to DevOps, SRE, observability, monitoring, a lot of tech terms, basically. And the last one is a rather interesting one. I'm sure probably many of you have already seen or read it. It's the Phoenix Project. Is a book which is actually really novelizes and creates fictional characters to really explain how this new surge of data in IT and DevOps is changing the world. So I really highly recommend this one. So I'm going to close with one statement that is, with great automation comes great responsibility, but also hopefully a few less of late night troubleshooting sessions for you, thanks to AI Ops. So thank you for listening. Questions? So I would say the first point, right? So start small. I would say the key is to try to find the most simplest architecture applications that you can look at, which are microservices based, not really going into legacy applications, and trying to do very traditional monitoring there, like using the golden signals, if you've heard of. So just monitoring basic stuff like your latency, your downtimes, your errors, and then moving up slowly from there, because don't try to attack the whole architecture like an SAP architecture, which is really rather complicated. So really trying to start small with simplistic, lightweight applications and trying to move forward from there. This would be something that you can do as system operations. So it really depends on what, like I said, what problem you're trying to solve. So if so a lot of different companies have different kinds of issues that they're facing. Some of them are facing very frequent downtimes versus some of them are really trying to automate stuff. So it really depends on what your priorities are. There are a lot of solutions in the market. So I said SaaS solutions. We have Splunk, Dynatrace. We have a lot of Moonsoft, Big Panda. There's a lot of solutions there, right? And there's also a lot of open source stuff that you can look at. So it really depends on which solution fits best based on your business priorities. So I would really try to demystify what exactly you're trying to solve. This would be the key. No problem.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. I was wondering if you could share maybe one of your personal experiences, maybe when you saw a strategy like this and saw an action that really made you think, okay, AI ops really has the potential to improve things significantly in IT operations.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. So basically, I can go back to the first job that I had, which was talking about with my fintech company, and there we were facing a lot of issues with different teams within the organization having siloed monitoring. So they were really doing their own monitoring and not really caring about what the rest of the company is doing, which really makes it a big bottleneck for you to have an end-to-end visibility. So what we try to do is centralize this data and try to create this single pane of glass, like we say, where you can really look at things and holistically and try to really pinpoint that, hey, that's where my problem is. So this was, I would say, the biggest transformation project, I would say, that we worked on for years. It was a huge challenge because it's also, like I said, the culture mindset. So people, when they are in their own teams, they own their own products. They do not want to let go. So which is the biggest challenge I see. And I think when you try to create something central like this, it always takes time. So that's the biggest learning that I have, at least in this experience. Yeah. Well, I would say time. That's the biggest thing. You have to give these teams time. Also, with now this new wave of DevOps, I think a lot of companies are trying to move from siloed monitoring of development and operations and move together, which really helps because if this comes from the top down, it always helps. So I think convincing the management is the first thing. So if the management is in a company is convinced of what the value this provides you, your half of your battle is won. So this is my main learning, I would say. Hi.
There are already incidents in your log files, and AI is learning that this is normal. For example, a hacker leaking data every Sunday. So this is the normal behavior for AI.
Yeah, and I think that's the part where the humans are needed, right? So that's what I said. You cannot really ever replace humans because this is where the human intelligence comes in place. But I myself have not encountered this in my own experience, but I know this is a very, very relevant point which can easily happen. And that's exactly where we need the human operator to look at it holistically and think, hey, this is something still wrong here. So yeah, for sure, this is very relevant. I personally don't have an example for this right now, but I completely agree with this one. Yeah.
In addition to that question,
Uh-huh.
you stated that it's important to get the right data in, but in the same sentence you mentioned like get every possible amount of data. Isn't that somehow contradictory to let the AI engine learn from everything you have? Or is it better to specify, identify what you will put in later? So that possibly the system can learn of that is a breach, that is an incident, and that is not.
So actually, yeah, I would say no. The more data, in this case, the more data, the better. Because if you don't have that visibility, or you don't give the machine that much of data, it really cannot really find the right anomalies and the patterns. So in this case, I would say you have to initially let the AIOps platform itself do its job. Because if you give it a limited set of data, it is not really looking at it holistically. So it's really important for you to feed in all the data, rather structured or unstructured, and really let it do its job, basically. That's my understanding. Any more questions? If not, I'm here around the whole day, so please feel free to talk to me. Like I think Gabby said in the beginning, I am also really working on women in tech initiatives around in Germany, in Hamburg, also in Berlin. And please feel free to follow me, to chat with me outside, and we can really connect on other topics as well. So really happy to be here, and thank you so much for listening.
Hello. Yeah. So moving on, our next speaker work as a developer at ThoughtWorks, and he will be talking about accessibility testing. So welcome to the stage, Andy.
Thank you. All right, hey everyone. When I studied information systems about probably 7, 8 years ago, I learned a lot of different topics. I learned how to understand requirements, how to write requirements, how to solve the most, honestly, weirdest equations that I've never ever faced in my life ever again. I learned how to code, how to set up databases, how to create websites, and lastly, how to bring them to the users. But there's one topic that has never crossed my mind or my path in my studies, and that is the topic of accessibility. And looking back, I realize how privileged I am and was back then that I never had to think about accessibility before. But you can say it's privileged, but at the same time it's super ignorant that I didn't think about it. If we're looking at the numbers, we're talking about over 1 billion people on the world that are facing some sort of disabilities. Over 1 billion people. If we're assuming a population of 8 to 9 billion people, that means every 8th or 9th person is experiencing some sort of disability. And I was never thinking about them. Now, there are many different ways how to define disabilities. My favorite model is the so-called social model of disabilities, and it basically sees disability as a socially created problem and a matter of full integration of individuals into society. The reason I like this is because it actually flips the responsibilities. It says that a disability is not the characteristic of an individual, but rather a disability is a collection of conditions in a social environment. In easier words, that means a person is not disabled per se, but rather a person gets disabled by the environment they're in. And I like that it flips the responsibility because suddenly it's not the person who is responsible for it, but it's rather us, it's the society who are responsible for making people disabled. But the good news is that also means that we as a society can make efforts to improve the life quality of those people who are facing disabilities. And it's our responsibility. Now in the 21st century, a social environment and an environment goes beyond streets and staircases. It also includes digital products and websites. And we've seen a similar statistic earlier, but if we're looking at the current state, over 97% of the most used websites aren't fully accessible. Or in other words, only 3% of the websites are accessible. Now, disclaimer here, not fully accessible doesn't mean they're completely unusable, but they're not providing a fully accessible journey, and your users will experience some sort of issues. Now, what makes me think is that clearly having a social responsibility is not enough of a motivation for companies and big corporations to make their websites accessible. But the good news is, over the past years, things are changing. It's slowly, but they are changing, and governments are realizing the problems. If you're looking in the US, in 2019, the Supreme Court had a case where a blind person sued Domino's, the pizza chain, for a not accessible website. And not to blame them too much, Domino's fought against it. They didn't accept it. They said, we don't have to do this. But in 2019, the Supreme Court came to the verdict that digital platforms and websites are also under the so-called Americans with Disabilities Act, short ADA, and hence companies are obligated and required to make their websites accessible. Now in Europe or in Germany, we have a similar law coming up, the so-called European Accessibility Act, and it will come effective next year. So things are moving, and now you can motivate your clients not only by social responsibilities, but there are also laws that force us to move to that direction. Now, what could I do as a developer to make my product accessible? That's what I want to know now, because I know, okay, my company needs to do it, so I need to ensure that the things that I'm building for the company actually is accessible. Now, easiest thing is, I could just think everything works fine and I continue my life. Now, spoiler alert, probably won't work. What else could I do? I could just really, really hope everything works fine and cross my fingers. But I don't think that will help anyway. But last but not least, what I can actually do is I can test that everything works fine. And in software development, as developers, we know about the power of testing. We're doing testing to enhance our development flows. We're doing testing to ensure that our users are getting their features. We're improving user satisfaction with testing. We're using testing to enable things like continuous integration and continuous deployment. And to summarize all of this, we're using testing to reduce costs and risks. And we have learned how to do testing. We have patterns that are probably known by every software developer, I would assume. That's the so-called testing pyramid. It will give us, or it gives us a good guidance on how we should roughly structure our testing strategy. It gives us a guidance on what the ratio on each level should be. And last but not least, it helps us to balance out speed in the sense of quick feedback and costs, because manual tests are more expensive than writing unit tests. And we've learned this. This pattern is around for such a long time, and we know how to apply it, and probably every testing strategy you'll see is some sort of reflected in that model. But yet we still fail applying this model to some more subcontexts, for example, in the subcontext of accessibility. Now, I've seen a bunch of projects, and most of the time I've seen two cases. Case one is accessibility is not tested at all. They don't have it on the radar, they don't test it. Now that's bad, obviously. But the other case is there are projects who want to improve, who want to do better, and they are testing accessibility. And I tried to map this back to the testing pyramid to see how it actually looks like. And what I've seen is in those cases, if we're trying to map it to the testing pyramid, the pyramid suddenly looks something like this. So you can see we have some static tests on the ground, small amount of unit tests testing accessibility, very often just accidentally testing accessibility features. Not too bad, but okay. And then a heavy reliance on end-to-end tests. And in the end-to-end test, probably people test things like user journeys with clicks and also with keyboard navigation. They maybe implement some accessibility scanners. Fine. And last but not least, a heavy cloud of manual tests, which are important, but sometimes also could be improved. And what you can see here is that in the context of accessibility, we're heavily relying on things like end-to-end testing and manual tests, which are known to be the slower tests in sense of giving us slower feedback, but also the more expensive tests. And that suddenly means that our testing pyramid that should help us to balance out speed and costs is not balanced anymore, and we're moving way more towards the costs, and the feedback that we're getting is much slower. Now, disclaimer here, we won't get rid of manual tests, and we shouldn't want to get rid of manual tests. In accessibility, we can only roughly get 60% of issues through automated testing. So anyone who tells you we automate everything, we don't need manual tests, they're lying. You need them, and we should keep them. But we can think about getting those 57% in the most effective way as we can. So let's look at how we can reshape that pyramid to get things back into balance. Now, the ground level are the static tests. We've seen them before, I keep them, and I often refer to them as the quick wins, because most of the time they're super easy to set up, you have them in your IDE, you get quick feedback, perfect. Famous tools that I really like are, for example, ESLint plugins for accessibility, or I think, Josephine, you referred to them already, is a VS Code plugin from DQ Systems, which is the X accessibility linter. I promise you, both tools super easy to plug in. Most of the time, you don't even need to configure them. You just install them, set them up, and they're running. And they give you feedback on things like missing text alternatives, if your headline hierarchy is broken, if you nest elements that shouldn't be nested, or if you're missing an element. Super useful. So quick wins, please use them. If you're not using them, go home and use them today. Now the next level, and that's probably the most interesting part, and that's the part that I really want you to take home today, is we can leverage unit and integration tests way more than we're doing today in the context of accessibility. And I put unit and integration tests into one because I honestly find it sometimes hard to distinguish, especially in the front end components section, so I put them together. But that's really the part that we want to improve, because they're still very reasonable in costs, they give us quick feedback, and they're super useful. So now let's look at some examples how we can actually use them. First example, super easy test. We want to check if a headline is rendered. So what we would do probably intentionally at the beginning is we render the homepage, and then we do something like expect screen get by text welcome. So we want to check that our headline welcome is there. Now it would work, and it will be fine, and it will alert you if your headline is not there, but we can actually be better than that. So instead of using get by text, we could try to be better and use roles as identifiers for our elements. So what that would look like is suddenly something like this. We render the home page, and now we do get by role, and we clearly define we're looking for a heading. We can also say we're looking for a heading level 1, and then we can additionally give the text. And this way, it's not a huge difference. It's just a little shift in the mindset in how we are trying to identify elements. But this way, we ensure that A, the headline is there, and B, that actually screen readers can identify that headline, and it has the correct hierarchy. So small thing, small differences, but huge effort. No, sorry, huge difference and huge help. Another example goes in a similar direction. It's perfect, cool. So I probably could tell you everything, you don't know what's standing there. But the test is we're clicking on a button and we want to just make sure that something happening. And what a lot of people would do, and what I've seen in projects very often as a little workaround, if you have dynamic content and you're not really sure what the text of a button is, you start using test IDs. And I think the usage of test IDs is a whole discussion in itself. But what we can see here is if we're using the test ID, this puts a lot of implementation detail in our test because our users wouldn't know about a test ID. So my recommendation would be, in general, avoid test IDs as much as possible. And I would refer back to tip number 1. We can try to get that button by the role. So again, we could say screen get by role, and now we say it's a button, and we're having a name menu. If you don't know the name, or if you're having dynamic content, you can also nest these queries. So you could, for example, first get a section of your page. So if you would do something like screen get by role and maybe get the header section, then within that section you could look for an article, and within that article you could look for a button. So there are ways to nest these queries that also represent the way users would identify your elements by looking through the page. Now the next example is probably one of my favorites. I learned it the hard way in a project. We're having a menu and a submenu that dynamically opens, and there are by nature probably 2 ways to navigate those submenus. So you could either go through horizontally, so you could read it item 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, or you can go through vertically, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Both okay, both would work, and both are probably pretty realistic depending on how you lay out your HTML and your CSS. Both could happen naturally without even paying attention to it. But now we want to make sure that the way we're going through it is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, again, we could just think it works the way we structure things, but we want to do better. We want to test things are working. And what we can do is we can actually test complex tab orders in our unit tests. We don't need to wait for an end-to-end test, we can make it much earlier. So our test here would look like, for example, we're rendering the list or a menu, and then we are actually tabbing through that element. So we would first do a tab, and now we're expecting that item 1 has the focus, so it's also visually focused on the page. Then we tab again, and now we would expect item 2 is focused, and so on. So you can go through your whole order. In our example, it's maybe quite easy because it's not too complex of a nested menu, but sometimes you find yourself having to manually change tab orders and so on. And most of the time, these things are not really defined in requirements, at least how I've seen it, or not really defined in acceptance criteria. So what I learned is that trying to test these tab orders is triggering a conversation way earlier. So when you're writing your test, when you're actually developing the component, you write the test, and you start thinking, what is actually the order that I want to go through these menu items? And it's triggering conversations that need to be done. And last but not least, documentation is very often a pain, and these orders are often forgotten in designs, because also in Figma files, for example, you don't necessarily see the way a person would have to navigate or see which way you would tab through the page. And now if you have a test like this, if you have a new joiner in your team, they can just easily look at the test and they would see, okay, the expected order to go through these elements is actually 1, 2, 3. So it also serves you as a documentation. Now these were only a few examples, but what I want you to take away here is that unit tests in the context of accessibility is nothing fancy. When I first heard about it, I was hoping for a super fancy tool and something completely new that will change my mind. But it wasn't. And to some extent, it's good that it wasn't. It's actually just changing the way you think in your test and thinking way more from a user perspective. You don't need to learn anything new. You probably already know all the tools. You can still use the testing library. It works perfectly fine. It's just changing the way you think about your tests, or maybe thinking about them a little bit more. Now, of course, we also need end-to-end tests, and we want to keep the end-to-end tests. Here again, it's important that when we're testing user journeys, we should cover normal user journeys with clicking through the page, but we should also always cover an alternative way of navigating the page. So when we have a test for, I don't know, shopping, whatever, and we're clicking on elements, we should have the similar test with navigating with the keyboard to, I don't know, put an item in our basket. Then there are other tools, for example, like Xcore, which are basically accessibility scanners that you can use in your end-to-end tests. They are pretty much supported everywhere, so in Cypress, Playwright, super easy to set up. This is a Cypress example, so here you would probably just call something like check li or check accessibility to get a scan of your rendered page. And the results will look something like this, depending on your framework. You don't need to read it, but important is you get information on the ID of the issue. You will get an impact level, so serious, moderate, critical if you want to prioritize, and you will also get a description on what the problem is. Super easy to set up again. If you want to get started somewhere, that's also a quick win, in my opinion, to add. And it can also be added as a quality gate, so if they fail, then your deployment won't go any further. Now, building up on that, I said it before, we can only cover around 60% or 57% if you want to be exact with automated testing. Maybe if we're using, or if we're actually testing tab orders in our unit tests, we can stretch those 60% a little bit. But still, we need manual tests, and we want to keep manual tests. Maybe we want to keep them in a slower focus, but they're important. Now, one tool, we've also seen it before, it's not really a manual test, but it's often used manually. It's the so-called XDev tools, and we've seen it in action. What they're doing is basically you open your browser, you go to the page, and you go to your Chrome DevTools, and then you can just run a scan. And you've seen it before, so they'll give you a number of issues, and you can basically browse through the issues. They will tell you how to fix it as well. Now, they have another edition, which is so-called intelligent guided testing. It's unfortunately only in the paid version, but I've used it in one project. It's really cool. So what it actually does is you're opening the page and it tells you how to navigate that page. So it will give you specific patterns to follow, for example, when you try to open submenus or if you have dialogues that are open and so on. So it will help you to manually guide through the page. Very useful. Unfortunately only in the paid version, but if you ever get to use it or if you want to try it out, I always recommend it. Also some sort of automated testing. Last but not least, and that's also an important takeaway for manual tests, you are not the user. You're not the user and I'm not the user. I can do as many trainings as I want, I can do courses, I can do certificates. I will always be acting under the assumptions on how I think a person is using my product. I will always act under assumptions, and at some point we really need to verify those assumptions. We need to check if that is actually true. So manual tests, super important. Try to do user tests with actual group of people who are facing some sort of disabilities. Very often projects fall short on that, or they don't invest too much time in it, but it will give you way more useful feedback. It will show you how people are using your product, and it will most likely blow your mind how people are using your product. It will blow your mind how people are using screen readers. If you think, oh, I'm already exploring how to use a screen reader, I'm already checking if my page works with a screen reader. People who are using it on a daily basis, they use it completely different, and you'll need that feedback. If we're looking again at the pyramid, and if we see how we reshaped it a little bit, you see we are now having our static test as a baseline, but we want to focus way more on unit and integration tests. We want to rely more on the tests that give us faster feedback and that force us to actively think about accessibility while development. And what does that mean? That our pyramid that was previously out of balance gets a little bit more balance again. We're not putting too much focus on end-to-end tests and manual tests that are expensive. We want to shift that down in the pyramid and rely way more on our unit tests. Now to wrap this up, there's one more thing I want you to take away, and there's one more thing that maybe might be a motivation for you to do accessibility. What does a sidewalk, an electric toothbrush, nice, perfectly in the middle, and a TikTok video with text in it have in common? They all have the so-called curb cut effect in common. And the curb cut effect means basically that disability-friendly features are being used and appreciated by a much larger group than they're actually designed for. In the context of TikTok, for example, if I'm on a train and I don't have my earphones in, I probably don't want to share the sound with the whole train, but I actually enjoy the video because I can read through it. It basically means if you're caring about accessibility, if you're doing accessibility testing, you can enhance your overall product quality and all of your users will appreciate it. It's not only for a small subgroup, it will bring value to all of your users. If you want to look more into how you can bring it to your product teams, there's a really nice handbook. It's nicely written in a storytelling format. It will guide you through the process. It will show you some challenges and how to solve it. Highly recommend it. It's an easy read. And hopefully it will help you to guide through your own teams and bring it to your teams. I keep that slide, and I'll skip the thank you slide, so you can keep scanning it. Yeah, thank you. And if you have any questions, please ask now or find me anywhere on the event today. Any questions? Yeah, please.
As a complete beginner, would you recommend the, teams to use more unit tests or start with manual testing, which might be more effective in the beginning? What would your recommendation be?
I think a good starting point are especially tools like the XDev tools in your browser plugin, because it's really a low barrier. You can install it, it gives you a current snapshot of the current state of your website, and it will actually tell you how bad it is and what the problems are. And then I would actually recommend starting with a unit test, because it helps you to start thinking about accessibility before the problems even happen. But maybe the quick wins would be especially the static tools like linters, but also in the end-to-end test sections, adding some scanners like the Xcore plugins that you've seen is also super low in effort in how to edit. So it's kind of balancing out efforts and how much you want to investigate. I think that would be my recommendation. Ah, yeah.
And it's something similar to what you're talking about, the paid version. So
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, maybe you have a comparison or something in your head, which is better or which are
I think in the default Chrome DevTools, there are also an accessibility tab when you see the HTML tree, and there are also some recommendations around accessibility. I think they can also simulate some visual impairments, for example. Maybe that's what you're referring. It's good to play with. I wouldn't rely on it 100%, to be honest, because it's also just a simulation, and then also how you perceive things through the simulation, so it will not replace actual feedback from actual users who are experiencing this disability. But it's nice to play around, and it will help you to see issues that you probably haven't seen before. Anything else? Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to have 1.5 hours for lunch break over there. So have fun and guten Appetit. talk a little bit, and then after that, I will. Thank you. Okay. So, after lunch break, we are going to start again. And you would like to start? Okay. So. No, it's already.
Okay, hi everyone. Before we continue with the yoga session, where I'm very excited about, I just wanted to give you a small announcement. I'm Philip. I'm the founder of Clean Coder Club. Maybe you have seen our little booth over there. And I've founded a brand for a lifestyle brand for coders and programmers. And maybe you have seen the poster here. And I have a little announcement because we have a competition, a little lottery running. So until 4:30 this afternoon, you have the chance to win a gift voucher for our online shop. And all you have to do is just scan the QR code here, or you can come to our booth. It's right next to the food and drink area. And yeah, we're happy if you sign up. And if you already signed up, make sure that you have to confirm your registration. So maybe check your spam folder. And yeah, so I will go back there, and then maybe we see each other afterwards, and we're happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to have a yoga practice with Lisa, and she will give us, help us to fight against the technique with some simple yoga movements. So, I'm excited.
Yeah, thanks, Gabby. Hi, my name is Lisa. I'm going to talk for a few seconds while I'm searching for my slides. I'm a little bit sick today, so usually I don't sound quite this sexy. But I'm going to do the best, and thank you all for joining me after lunch and not running, and I hope you're not going to run, because everything we're going to do today, we're actually going to move a little bit. I'm going to challenge you a little bit, but you can do anything that I'm going to show you in jeans, in shorts, and whatever you're wearing and you're comfortable in. I'm quite leisure today. Usually I don't look quite this sporty. Before we're going to get started, I'm going to quickly just introduce myself in 2 sentences. Hi, I'm Lisa. I'm actually a developer. I do a lot of backend stuff, and usually I talk about stuff like microservice and that kind of thing. But today I'm going to talk about yoga and the technique, because I'm also a certified yoga teacher. That's quite new. And I like to share my passion with other people. So let's first do 2 minutes of theory. So the technique. The technique actually, it's been around for quite a while. It used to be called TextNick, and it was actually first mentioned by a physiotherapist in the US, and it was describing the misuse basically of your cervical spine. So the cervical spine is this part of your spine right here. It's your neck part, and you're misusing it in a way it's not supposed to. So usually you're supposed to, kind of stand up straight, hold your head up high, but because of the introduction of, back in the day books, and now anything that's tech stuff like phones, laptops, kind of maybe even televisions, they kind of lure us into moving our neck in a way it's not supposed to. So what happens usually is we'll move our neck about 50 to 60 degrees down, And then we're creating a lot of tension here because we're supposed to do this. So ideally, you should hold your phone like this, but most people are kind of embarrassed about it. And they're like, no, I don't want people on the subway seeing, like, I'm reading text messages on, like, Bumble or whatever. So we start to tend to look down, and that will actually strain your muscles quite a bit. It will create a lot of tension, and can actually cause quite a lot of problems. For some people, it can cause severe pain. It can, actually cause numbness in your hands. It can give you headaches. It can even, affect your jaw. For some people, it will even affect their range of motion. Like, some people are like, yeah, this is all I can turn my head, instead of, like, going all the way over here. So today, we're going to do a couple of things that are supposed to help you relieve that pain. And it's going to be yoga. And, there's like this great quote that a lot of people say, like, oh yeah, I heard about yoga, but it's like, it's so hard and I'm not flexible enough. And like my mom's been on me about it and my colleagues, but I really don't want to. And there's this great quote saying, saying you're not flexible enough to do yoga, it's like saying you're too dirty to take a bath. And there's like this great yogi person who said this, so it's got to be true. So if this guy said it, you should probably trust him. And yeah, actually, we're going to do a little bit of yoga. This is going to be your last theoretical slide. And then I'm going to challenge you to maybe stand up. Because today we're going to do something that's called yoga synergy. Most of you have probably heard of like vinyasa flow, hatha yoga, like whatever. Those are the traditional kinds of yoga that have made its way over to Europe and which are basically taught in 99% of the yoga studios you've seen. And yoga synergy is a bit different in the sense that, this guy came up with it. He's very flexible. You don't need to be like him. But he's an Australian guy, and he's actually a physiotherapist. So he invented something that is more a mixture of like qigong, physiotherapy, and traditional vinyasa yoga. And it's more focusing on breathing, actively moving, not just like pulling your muscles, be like, oh my God, I need to be more flexible. It's painful, don't. And it's more about moving from the core, which is something that a lot of people heard of, but nobody really knows how to do it. I know because I also didn't know before I learned this. So I actually would like to start with you with a short little breathing exercise, because in yoga, everyone always talks about like breathing correctly, and you go into these yoga studios and you hear people like, oh my God, I need to relax. I need to take deep breaths in. And let me tell you, that's not how you're supposed to breathe in yoga. So we're going to first, breathe like you're not supposed to, and then I'm actually going to tell you how to breathe properly in yoga, and then that's all I'm going to talk about breathing today. So I'm going to ask everyone to please stand up. Oh my God, this looks amazing. You guys are doing great. First step done. Great job. Okay, so, maybe if some of you done yoga before? I should have maybe asked this. Oh, I see a couple of hands. So we're going to start out with traditional Tadasana. So that's like the, standing pose that most people teach. What you do, you can keep your feet either really close together or hip width. Keep straight legs. Then, shoulders forward. No, it's up and back, I think. Kind of suck in your tummy. And then that's how you stand. That's usually how you start. And then you're supposed to like bend forward and all these different things. I'm not going to ask you to do that but maybe try to breathe now. I mean, if you want, you can do the if that gives you pleasure. And then I'm going to ask you, where do you feel your breathing the most? In your chest. Yes, very good answer. That's not where you want to breathe. You can relax now, by the way, if you want to. Please keep standing. We're going to practice real breathing in a second. But chest breathing is actually stressful breathing. That's the kind of breathing you do when you're being chased by a tiger, your boss is really angry at you, you forgot Mother's Day, those kind of things. And this is symbolizing to your body like, oh my God, there's stuff going on that's really not cool. And I'm going to go into like a sympathetic state. I'm going to create a lot of stress hormones. I'm going to be like, oh my God, please let's get out of this. So now we're going to actually practice like normal breathing, which you should do, which is belly breathing, which a lot of kids do. So for that, please put your feet about hip width apart. And then you want to have a slight bend in your knees. And if you have dodgy knees, like me, you can just do a very slight bend. You can go down all the way to here. If you want to challenge yourself, you don't have to, but you can if you want to. And then I'm going to start using some funny words, so you can laugh if you want to. I'm going to say something like, bring your pubic bone forward. So this is where your pubic bone goes, if some of you haven't noticed. So you want to bring this up, and then you want to drop your sitting bones. So the sitting bones is the part of your butt you sit on. That's why they're called sitting bones. So, bring it forward. And then I'm going to ask you to do something really crazy, which a lot of people are like, really? Are you sure? we're gonna bring our shoulders forward and down. Oh my God. You feel that relaxing? You don't look relaxed, I'm sorry, but I'm not picking on you, but you gave me that look like, oh my God, I'm in stress. You know, take a breather, you're okay. Okay, and I'm gonna ask you something that most people will never ask you. You can really drop your belly, let your belly out. And now, try to breathe a little bit. Where do you breathe? I don't know, anybody? I'm gonna give you a spoiler, it's called belly breathing. So I'm hoping you're breathing down here. So belly breathing, actually if you want, you can also do that, but don't poke too hard in your stomach because you probably all had lunch right now. If you breathe down here, what you want to see happen is this. You can see how my hand's moving out? This is where you want to breathe. And this breathing will actually cause something that's called parasympathetic state, meaning rest and digest. It's gonna, calm me down, be like, oh yeah, everything is fine, everything is okay. So, okay, now that we've all learned how to breathe, that's all I'm gonna talk to you about, because natural breathing, fun fact, happens naturally. So you don't need to stand in yoga class being like, oh my God, warrior, whatever, 37, breathe in. No, just, forget about breathing, move naturally, move from the core, which we're gonna come to in a second, and you're gonna be fine. And that makes yoga a lot less stressful for most people, spoiler. Okay, so now that we've spoken about breathing, we're gonna do 2 different kinds of movements. They're really fun. I made these little drawings of them. They're called joint movements and spinal movements. These are movements you can actually do whenever, you're like stressed, you feel like a lot of pain everywhere, you're like, oh, man, I would like to relieve this a little bit, move my body a little bit. The joint movements are actually designed to help you lubricate your joints. So if you've been sitting doing this all day, you get up and you're like super stiff and you're like, oh, I don't know, my knees is hurting and like my elbows and try to do some of these. Usually we work our way up from, the feet to the knees and then going up. We're gonna skip feet today because feet is gonna actually be really hard to do with shoes on. And it's been a long day. I'm not gonna ask anybody to take their shoes off, including me. So if you wanna learn the feet movement, stop by after the presentation. I can show you with my shoes on as best as I can, but it's kind of challenging. So we're gonna start with knees. If you want, you can sit for this part. You've been standing a really long time, so if you want, you can. You don't have to. So what we do in joint movements is we're actually moving our joints in all directions that are possible. So for knees, most common knee movement, most of you probably know, is this one. It's kind of like up and down. Please be careful when you do this. Don't kick your person in front of you or the chair. Yes, it happens to me all the time. Some fun thing that a lot of people don't know, your knees can actually move left and right. So what you can do, this is actually easier when you're sitting down. You can, put your foot on your heel, and then you put your hand below your kneecap, and then you can start twisting your foot a little bit. And then you'll be like, oh yeah, my knee moves from left to right. I did not know that. Well, now you do. I mean, maybe you did before. Then maybe you're like a medicinal person or whatever, physiotherapist, and you're like, what is that chick talking about? Yeah, so those are the knee movements. And let's maybe try them with both knees. You can kind of do this sitting down. It's easier standing up. So what we're going to do is, we talked about the position. Feet hip width apart, slight bend in your knees. Pubic bone to the front. Sitting bones down. Feels weird, right? Why do we do this? There's something funny called the lumbar part of your spine that a lot of us, because we're sitting like this, is usually squashed a lot. So bringing your pubic bone up actually releases a lot of that pressure on your lower back. It's really good if you have lower back pain. Shoulders forward and down. Okay. And then for the knee movement, knees go down, and then they go up, down, and up. If you have dodgy knees, very slight movements. This could be all you do. You could be like super athletic and be like, woo! I'm not, so I usually don't. And then we're gonna slightly try to do left and right. Be very careful if you have dodgy knees. Like I have dodgy knees, so usually this is all what I do. And then what you do is you combine them. So we're gonna first go down, then we're gonna go out, up, in, down, out, up, and in. And then it's kind of like connecting the dots, and they're kind of moving. Fun. Okay. Yes. And then I'm going to challenge you. You're going to change direction. Ooh, because whenever you're moving your body in one way, you should always try to do it in the other way as well. It's like, you know, when you're doing fitness stuff, train left and right, and don't skip leg day. Okay, this looks great. Now we're gonna move on to the hips. I'm gonna quickly check my watch if we have enough time. Ah, yeah, we're doing great on time. Okay, hips are gonna feel a bit weird. You're gonna feel like Elvis or whatever, Mick Jagger, pick whatever, but it's gonna make you feel great. Hips actually also have two ways. They go up and down, and forward and back. So, again, feet hip width apart, slight bend, pubic bone forward, sitting bones down. This is actually already one movement, you know? Pubic bone up, sitting bones down. Pubic bone up, sitting bones down. So this is up and down. Fun, right? I see some not so fun faces. Somebody's like, oh my God, I'm not watching anyone. So nobody's watching you. Just, you can close your eyes if you want to, but don't fall over. Okay, and then, front and back, I'm gonna use some more fun words, something like groin. So we're gonna expand the groin and expand the lower back. Expand the groin, expand the lower back. Okay, now we're gonna combine all of that together. So we're gonna bring, you know, expand the groin, pubic bone up, expand the lower back, sitting bones down. Expand the groin, pubic bone up, expand the lower back, sitting bones down. Now we're gonna connect the dots. Ooh, you can feel it? You're like, oh yeah, I'm Mick Jagger, guys. I'm fun. I'm doing great. You look awesome from up here, all of you. And now, because it's fun, we're gonna go the other way. Ooh, you can really feel it in your upper thighs, right? Tonight you're gonna be like, oh man, I should have skipped that yoga session. Okay, that's it. So we're gonna move up from here to shoulders. This is actually something you've probably all had in 3rd grade gym class. What do your shoulders do? They go up and they go down. Ooh, up and down. Ooh. And then they also go forward and back. Forward and back. Okay, let's connect that together. So we're gonna go up, back, down, front. Up, back, down, front. Okay, we're connecting the dots. People are having fun. I'm seeing some smiles. You never thought you're gonna have a yoga session that's gonna be this much fun, right? Everyone was like, oh my God, am I a yogi now? Yes, you are. Okay, now comes the challenging part. Changing directions. Ooh, yes. Love the laughs. It's releasing some endorphins. We're doing something right here. This is actually really good. If you have a lot of technique, this can already really help. You know, every half hour, maybe get up, do this a little bit. And now for all the crazy coders who are like typing 20 hours a day, we're gonna do wrists. Wrists are actually really fun. I'm only gonna do one-handed because I have to hold a microphone. But ideally, please use both hands. So our wrists actually also have 4 different ways in which they move. So they can go to the front and the back, front and back, and then they can go in and out, in and out. If we connect that, we're gonna go to the front, out, back, and in. Yeah, that's gonna be challenging. That's a challenging part. I'm gonna make it a little bit challenging in a second. Okay, imagine I'm using both hands. We're gonna go to the front, out, back, and then we're gonna go in. Front, out, back, and in. Now comes the easy part a little bit. You can just connect the dots. That's when most people are like, oh, I'm just circling my wrist. Yes. And now I'm gonna make it a little bit more challenging. If you want, you don't have to, because it took me like 2 weeks to learn this. You can include your fingers. You can open your hand and close it. That's like really hard doing it 1 finger at a time. If you're like, no, this is like too next level, you can just do this. It's fine. And now comes the challenging part. Reversing, woo! Yes, you guys look great. This is really good, really fun. Okay, these are all the major joint complex we have in Yoga Synergy. I know there's a whole bunch more joints, we have like hundreds of them, but these are the major ones you're gonna use in yoga, so that's usually why these are the ones we warm up, and then after that, we're gonna do something really fun. They're called spinal movements. Wanna guess why? Because we're gonna move our spine. So the spine is like the weird thing in the back that most people are like, oh, I have one, yeah, and it's hurting. I know the feeling. This stuff is really great if you're having constant back pain like me. This is a sequence of movements, which is going to be a little bit hard to do with a microphone, but it's going to be fun for you and me. These are 8 different movements, and we're going to do them in a sequence, and they're kind of supposed to be repeated very slow, very fluidly. These are actually all the different ways your spine can move, and most of the time we use about 1 or 2 of these in a regular office day. So the one that most of you probably know, so number 1, which is kind of like a neutral one. We've actually learned this already. This is feet hip width apart, slight bend in your knees, pubic bone forward, sitting bones down, shoulders forward and down. Ooh, you feel the relaxation? Belly out, really let the belly out. If you have like a belt on, now's a good time to loosen it a little bit if you want. I'm not gonna judge. And then you're gonna bring your hand about here. You're gonna be like, oh, man. If you have a standing desk, this is an ideal pose to actually work in, to release your lower back. If you've been sitting down, you're like, oh man, my back hurts, try to do this for like 5 minutes. It's really also good for your upper thighs. And then you can sit back down. Second movement is the stretched one. I'm gonna turn a little bit to the side to show you what not to do. So first watch, don't repeat this. What a lot of people will do is like something like this. They're like, oh yeah, I'm sticking out the ducktail. I have a nice cute butt, I'm gonna show it to the world. I know you have nice cute butts. Please don't share them with the world today. So what you're gonna do is, you're standing here, you wanna really stretch. You wanna still keep a slight bend in your knees. And you're just gonna stretch, but you wanna keep your sitting bones down, pubic bone up, and really stretch. And you wanna turn your pinkies towards one another slightly. You can use both hands. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm only using one hand because I have a microphone, but you can use both. And if you want, you can also look up. Some people maybe get dizzy, so don't feel like you have to. Really, really lengthen and really stretch your arms. Maybe try to get your elbows as straight as you can. But don't suck in your tummy. Don't be like, oh my God, I'm holding this pose. No, no, no. If that's a feeling, calm down a little bit. Now maybe check in. Roll your shoulders a little bit. Wiggle your fingers. Maybe give yourself a smile. Be like, oh yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing yoga. I'm going to be so proud. I'm going to tell my mom tonight. Okay, from here, keep your fingers up. We're going to do something that's called a forward fold. I'm going to start saying really fun words again. Something like belly button to pubic bone. What does that mean? Here's your pubic bone. Here's your belly button. So if you look from the side, what you're going to do is you're going to pull them towards one another. And don't fall over, and don't stick your butt out too much. So you want to still keep your sitting bones down, but you want to move belly button towards the pubic bone, and then you're going to bring your arms around, both of them. I only have one, sorry. And then you're going to do fun little grabby hands, you know? Check in with yourself. Maybe do a little bit of the Travolta. Having fun. Oh, you're looking great, guys. Okay, cool. And then from here, we're gonna bend backwards. Again, what a lot of people do, don't do this, is something like this. Don't do this. Keep your pubic bone up, sitting bones down. And then you wanna slowly start to bring your belly button back. Let the shoulders follow. Then you're gonna bring your arms out, and you wanna have your arms kind of straight. Pull your fingers down. This is something that's called a medial nerve stretch. So if you feel your fingers a little bit, you're like, ooh, this feels fun. It's supposed to feel like this. Okay, cool. And then, maybe move your shoulders again a little bit. Give yourself a smile. Don't be like, oh my God, I'm suffering. We're all suffering. I'm there with you guys. Okay, you're gonna get some relief for the arms now, because you're gonna bring your arms forward and then down. Yes. Great. Now we're gonna do the bendy stuff, which is gonna be a little bit challenging one-sided, but it's gonna be okay. So what you're gonna do again, feet hip width apart, slight bend in the knees, pubic bone up, sitting bone down. You're gonna bring both, well, it's actually kind of challenging. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna show you from the back, because it's easier for you to copy me that way. And I'm not gonna talk, so maybe just try to copy what I'm doing. So you're gonna frame your face. So you wanna stretch your arm. You can pick one side, it doesn't really matter. And the other arm is gonna go down. Like that, right. And then keep your head straight. You don't wanna do this. You wanna keep your head straight, and then really feel the stretch on your side. That part. And if you want, you can bring your opposite hip up. And then you're like, ooh, wow, yeah, really stretching. Yeah, and so one arm is up, the other arm is down. like this. Okay, great. Now we're gonna bring both arms up. And then down to the other side. And we're gonna repeat it on the other side, both arms down. Sorry, microphone stuff. So you're like down here. And then we're gonna frame our face on the other side. You're doing great. Remember, sitting bones down, don't stick your butt out. It's cute, but not today. Keep your head straight. And we're gonna switch hands. Okay, and then, bring your hand down. And if you want, opposite hip up. Great. Okay, keep your head straight. Breathe. Remember, don't tuck your tummy and be like, no. Relax, guys. You're okay. Okay. Now we're gonna bring both arms up and then back down. Congrats. Only 2 more movements and then you're done. And you're like, okay, I can go home after because I feel like I've been doing HIIT class for 50 minutes. Last one is it's twists. Those are actually really fun. We're gonna again, feet hip width apart, slight bend in your knees, pubic bone up, sitting bones down. And we're gonna bring our arms forward. Remember, shoulders forward and down. And we're gonna twist. And in twist is very important, hips stay forward, and so does your face. So the only part of your body that twists is between here and here. So, hips stay straight, and then you're gonna twist belly button, collarbone, shoulders, head stays to the front, and then you move both of your arms back, kind of like this. Ooh, yeah. And then if you want, head stays straight, always look at me. If you're not looking at me, you might be doing it wrong. See some people not looking at me, I mean, you can do it, but it's easier to do like this, and then you can slightly lift your ear a little bit, because that releases a lot of that tension here in the neck. Really fun. Okay. Remember, sitting bones down, don't stick out your bum. Gonna come back to center, and do it on the other side. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, you can, just go for it. Love it. So, belly button, collarbone, shoulders, and then you can lift your ear a little bit if you want to. That part is optional. Looking to the front. Maybe checking in. Am I relaxed? Can I do the Travolta? Yes, you can. Good job. Okay, coming back through the middle. And your hands down. And we're actually done with spinal movements now. Congratulations, you're now certified yogis. I hope you enjoyed what I did with you today. If you're like, man, this chick knows what she's talking about. This is not painful yoga. I might enjoy this and I want to learn more. You can join me. This is my roomie, Malvin, who actually supports me doing yoga. If you like him, I have him with me. If you want to have a picture, he might come out. He's really shy, but also really cute. Okay, that is it. I think in terms of time, we're doing great. If you have questions, you can ask them, but I don't know, you can also come just see me after. Thank you all so much for joining me. You did great. I'm very proud of all of you. And I really hope to see some of you here, if you feel it. Like all spaces are still available, so if you feel pity for me, please come.
That's great.
Okay, so now let's figure out together with Katie how to make a boring task much more fun.
Hey, thanks a lot. so relaxed after Elisa's session. That was great. Hey, I'm Katie. Thanks for joining me today. I work as a machine learning engineer. I've been working in data science and ML for about 5-6 years. And I have a somewhat non-traditional career path. So I did my undergraduate degree in anthropology. And before switching to tech, I worked for about 4 years in early childhood education. So maybe show of hands, anybody here career changer, oh, awesome, so many, that's great. So a late hand up there, it still counts, all good. So in my current profession, I use Python a lot. Python devs, Pythonistas, Py-curious? Yeah? All right. Okay, then you're in the right place. So Python has this huge, vibrant community with so many different packages and libraries and modules to keep track of. So I'm going to share a few of my favorites with you today in this talk. And I think maybe some of you perhaps have recognized the title of my talk comes from a song in Mary Poppins. And the song starts with every job that must be done, there's an element of fun. You find the fun, and snap, the job's a game. And I thought that was a good first intro to this talk, because I'm going to share 3 of my least favorite tasks with you, and some Python tools that make these chores a lot more fun. So let's get started. So I'm going to be really honest and confess a few things with you. Maybe you can be honest with me too, in just a show of hands, if you have the same opinion with some of these hot takes. Secret safe. There's only the guy taking photos around, and maybe it's being live streamed, but nobody will know this, right? No one will know. So I don't like making slides. Awesome. Wonderful. But I do like giving presentations. All right, this one's a little bit more of a hot take. I don't like writing Python classes. Can't stand it. So much boilerplate. Okay, a few. All right, cool. I see you. All right, but I really do like reusability. Hopefully all hands up with that one. Yeah. Feeling good. All right, and finally, I don't like making CLI tools. Sorry, ArcParse. It's not you, it's me. It's kind of you. But I do like using CLI tools. So yeah, you can't really see that on there. I like using CLI tools. So we're going to go through some of these confessions and give you a few tips about how you can do this in a bit more fun way. So let's get started with, I don't like making slides. I'll procrastinate, put it off until the last minute, ask somebody else to do it, maybe just wing it all together. But luckily, I don't have to, because making slides is a lot of fun with Jupyter Lab Rise. So Rise is a Reveal.js, IPython, Jupyter slideshow extension. And basically, it enables you to turn your Jupyter notebook into presentation-ready slides. Anything you can do in a slide, you can do in Rise, markdown cells, code cells, plots. You can run cells during a presentation. You can even oh gosh, this is so embarrassing. You can even edit your cells during a presentation. Whew, that was close. So it's really super easy. All you have to do is install. You can install the extension with pip, and then you need to set up your slide types. So I'm just going to show you how to set up your slide types. I'm going to try and do it with one hand. So let's see, closing this. Here's with a cell that was a slide. I'm just going to add a new cell here. Let's make it a markdown cell. Let's say something. Maybe we can say, what's up? Cool, we can run that. And now I'm gonna set up my slide type. I'm gonna go over here to the right toolbar or the right sidebar, this little gear thing is called, you can't quite see it, maybe I can make it fit on the screen. No. All right. You click on that. Okay, now we got that part on here. Property inspector, that's what this is called. You go to the common tools, and then you can choose to make the cell editable or read only. We're gonna leave it editable. And then you choose a slide type. I want this one to be a fragment, so it appears below the cell where we were. Cool, let's go back into presentation mode. Full screen, presentation's good to go, and we got our new what's up cell. So that's a markdown cell, but we can also do a text cell. All right, this one's a little bit more tricky with one hand. Let's make that a bit bigger. Okay, so I have a code cell. I'm gonna read in a text file as a data frame, and we're gonna run it in the presentation. Cool, wonderful. What is this about? So this file is a text file that has tap dance steps. Every row is a step, has 2 properties, a name, a number of sounds. But sometimes a table's kind of boring, right? Maybe you want to plot it. That might be kind of fun. So we can plot that live in the presentation. Maybe let's group these steps together by their sound count, and maybe I want to have a hover tool so I can list the names of the steps. So we can do this in Plotly. Awesome, cool. And then we have interactive plot. Oh, questions, yes. How many steps have one sound? Oh, let's see, 13. Oh, I can't quite see what's going on in the 2 and 3 sounds. Let's zoom in on here. What are some 3 sound steps? Oh, of course, it's a 3-count riff and a wing. So that's how you can plot live in a presentation. We didn't have to take a screenshot, didn't have to add it. So a few tips that work out for me. You want to double check your keyboard shortcuts before running a presentation, not that you type something with a T and your notes pop up. Like any presentation, you don't want to put too much text in a slide. And if you're going to be using Rise, do some live coding or plotting. It makes it a lot more fun. So, all right, presentation, didn't have to create slides, sweet. Next thing, I really don't like writing Python classes, just a lot of boilerplate. So we have a few options here. Option number 1, don't. Just avoid it if you can. So maybe I don't really need a class, but I need something like a data structure with a few properties, but I don't have any shared functions or methods. In this case, name tuples are really useful here. So name tuples are part of the standard Python library. You can get them from collections or in newer versions of Python from typing. So building on this example from the file that we read, I'm going to create a tap step object. I give it a type name, tap step, and it has 2 properties or attributes. You pass an iterable, so here it's a list of strings, so name and sounds. Then I'm going to create one of these objects, and name tuples have a really nice string representation that ship with them. Okay, it's a tap step, it's a shuffle, and it has 2 sounds. Awesome. In addition, you can access these properties using dot notation, which is fun and readable. So how many sounds does a step have? It has 2. So you can do everything with name tuples. No, not really, but there are a few pros. You save a lot of typing. So just in the 1 line, we were able to create this name tuple class. Since it's a tuple, it's immutable. So you get all of the really nice perks of immutability, memory efficiency, reproducible, kind of predictable code. And in addition, it's a lot more readable than a regular tuple. So you can access the properties with index notation, like step at index 1. But in your code, it makes it a bit more readable of what's going on if you use a dot notation, like step sounds. So there's some cons though. Sometimes you really need a class. You have some shared methods, you want to make use of inheritance. You can do this with named tuples, but it becomes a little clunky and it might not be the right tool for the job then. You kind of have to ask yourself if you're abusing named tuples. And also it's really a tuple. So the name doesn't matter for equality. Give you an example. All right, so I've got two named tuples classes. One's a tap step, one's a drum beat. They both have two properties, different field names, but a paradiddle is a tap step, a paradiddle is a drum beat. They both have 4 sounds. We can check them out also. Yep, that's what we expected. But since the properties are the same, they're evaluated as equal, which is kind of not cool, right? So then, do I have to just write a class? Or maybe I can just type less and make it more fun. And this is where adders is really helpful. So adders is a Python package that allows you to declaratively define class attributes using decorators. So here I'm using the decorator define. Is it cut off? No, perfect. All right, you can see it. And we have the two properties, name and sounds. Here I'm using type hints, but type hints are opt-in, so it's up to you. And again, we have a nice string representation of the tap step. So the kind of tagline from adders is Python classes without boilerplate. In my opinion, what makes the package really awesome is you still save a lot of typing. You have optional immutability, and adders also provides you with some validators and converters. We'll look at an example of this. How is this looking on the screen? All right, it looks a little bit wonky, but we'll do. All right, so I'm using the frozen decorator because I want it to be an immutable. I want the objects to be immutable, so once I initialize them, I can't change the attributes. And name, I want to validate at initialization that it's a string and it's at least a length of 1. So I can do that with validators that ship already with adders. You can create your own if you want to. And then sounds, I want to convert this to an int. So maybe I'm reading from a text file. It's a text 3. I want it to be evaluated as an integer 3. I can just use this converter here at initialization time. And I want to say, all right, it's greater than or equal to 1 and less than or equal to 4. Yeah, cool. All right, so I can do that. And here, maybe if all right, you can see that a little bit better now. So now I'm initializing it with a 3 is a string. And it's converted to an int. All right, so what happens if I try to change the attribute of a frozen instance? So here I'm doing the same thing. I have a drawback with 3 sounds, and then I'm resetting the sounds to 4. Maybe this will show up on the screen. Oh, yes, frozen instance error. So I get an informative error here, and it prevents me from trying to reset these frozen instances. So this is just really tip of the iceberg of what you can do with adders. You can do a whole lot more. I encourage you to install it, try it out for yourself. But for the sake of time, we're going to move on to CLI tools. So I don't like to make these at all. Also, a lot of boilerplate. But making command line interfaces is super fun with docopt. So docopt is a module. It's a Python module. It also exists in lots of other programming languages as well. And essentially, you just write your module docstring, and then the option parser is generated from that. So it encourages you to document your modules. I've used it before for simple and more complex situations. And one of the benefits here is if you combine it with Python schema, you can also validate your input data too. So quick prayer to the demo goddesses, and we're gonna just try out docopt right now. Are we good on time? Let me just have a look. Okay, so readable-ish, kind of. Should I make it bigger? Okay, we're good. All right, so I've got a Python script here. It's a tap dance combination generator. Maybe you're sensing a pattern here with these demo examples. So this is the module docstring. The important part here are the usage and the options descriptions. And from that, docopt is going to be able to parse the arguments. So I have the usage here. I'm using the brackets. So these are all optional arguments. If I wanted to have required arguments, then you use parentheses. docopt has really good documentation. Check it out. This is just a toy example here. And we can see, all right, I can optionally pass a file that's going to be read to create these tap dance steps. I have my default here. Same, we can input beats per measure, simple time signatures, nothing too complex. So I also have a default of 4, and I want to validate this at some point. And a total measure, so it's an integer. Default's 4, needs to be greater than 0, less than 33, because jazz. So I'm going to scroll down and have a look at where we invoke docopt. So we use the docopt function, and we just pass our docstring, and from that we can get the args. Then, as I mentioned, we're going to use Python schema to validate these. So file, just say, all right, file should be openable. Beats, we want to convert beats to an integer, and we also want to validate that. Same with measures. So then we're going to, let's see, did I scroll up enough where you can see it? Yeah. So the next step, we're going to validate the schema. If we have a schema error, we're going to return a helpful error message described here. And then if not, we're going to continue. And the way this toy example works, we're just going to get some steps from a file, so read a file. The objects, we're going to use adders here, also with a helper of a class method, so that we're able to easily create these tap steps from a row and validate those as well that we looked at before. Then we're going to create a combination. This is just a random combination of the steps that were given over a given number of measures for a given number of beats per measure. And then we're just going to print it out. So let's try it out. All right. So like I said, oh, whoops, I forgot how to use it. I'm so nervous. Help. Okay. Luckily, I have a nice help message that's from the docstring. Oh, I'm also just so nervous. I passed a fake file that doesn't exist. Oh, okay. Yeah, path should be readable. Thanks for the heads up. Okay, but this time for real, y'all. We're going to run this with a few defaults and say, okay, I want to run this over 3 beats per measure. And then we get our combination. So in addition to having a combination, if you find yourself tap dancing and you're not feeling very creative, you have some tips here. But more importantly, we've looked at how you can create a CLI tool with 0 boilerplate, validate the inputs and convert them. We made use of adders to create a class with 0 boilerplate, also making use of converters and validators. And finally, we made a presentation without ever having to open up PowerPoint or Google Slides, which is a victory. So if any of these tools were helpful for you, I really encourage you to just check them out for yourself. Head on over, install them, give the repos a star, find a bug, open an issue, join the community. If you want to check out any of the slides or the demo code from today, you can just head on over to my GitHub. I don't have a QR code, but it's KDBSE and favorite Python libraries. And I guess, do we have some? We have plenty of time for questions, or maybe if you have your own favorite libraries you'd like to share. Yeah, thanks a lot for your time and attention. No questions? Yeah. Gotta do this one again, right? Okay.
I don't know if it was the first or second one that we had this creating a slide with Jupyter notebook or in Jupyter notebook. I'm not sure if I, oh, now it's working. I'm not sure if I got it completely, but like everything that you wrote, the whole slide that you shared here with us from the beginning up to now, it was written in Jupyter notebook, right?
Yeah. So, thanks for your question. So, all right, so how did this go again? So, I'm just gonna close full screen mode, and you can see all of this presentation is just a notebook. And I'm going to kind of walk through this again. So there's, I think maybe I have it open. Yeah. So Jupyter Lab Rise is an extension. So you need to install Jupyter Lab. Depending on the version that you have, then you might need to pin the version of Jupyter Lab Rise extension, install that. When you install it, then when you open your notebook, then you have this little presentation thing there. And then you also have to create your slide types, because by default, it's just nothing. So how you can create your slide types is I click on a cell here, and then maybe you see it, there's like a little gear thing, yeah. You click on that sidebar, and then you have some options here, editable or read-only, and then the slide type. Slide, sub-slide, fragment. By default, it's this dash nothing. So you set these, and then when you're done with that, presentation, yeah, sure, let's override it. And then full screen, and then you've got your slides.
So this is a follow-up question. I might find the answer like Googling for a few hours, and maybe based on your experience, how rich is this like library that you use? Let's say from a graphical point of view. So it's like that was awesome what you did with the code, creating some slides. But could you like make it more? I don't want to say that's not user friendly, but more like graphical. How would it work?
So that's a really good question. So if I wanted to say, all right, I want to make blue slides with a nice design, I don't think this is possible from the extension. So the extension is based on Reveal. So there might be some ways that you can do that, also by setting your lab, your Jupyter Lab metadata. It might be possible. I haven't tried it myself. One of the things that I did run into, so Rise has been around for a long time, and that just exists with the classic notebooks, and it's basically deprecated because notebooks are deprecated. The Jupyter Lab extension is pretty new, and up until the last update, I was still using the notebooks for that. So I would say it's not super mature. Rise is more mature. But this is basically, if you're not super, so back-end folks, I don't care about slides. I want to do plots. What colors things are, I don't even know. All my walls are white. I don't hang up pictures, you know? So then this will be the tool for you. If you want to make some like really vibrant presentations, you can put images in, like you can put images in a Jupyter Notebook cell. Then this might not be the tool for you.
Thank you. I definitely check it out.
Yeah. Okay, so not the slides in the notebook, the generator script. Okay, so the way that I made this script, I did it with pipenv. So you just install pipenv and then you can run the script. But yeah, with Python. Yeah.
So if you want to share it with me, I have to install Python first.
Yeah, or install like pyenv.
Yeah, but there's no way to generate a proper bash script out of it.
You can. Right now, it's not supported.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to. You should be able to. But to be honest, I haven't tried it out, so that's a good one. I'll talk later about that one. All right. No questions? Then thanks a lot.
Hey, now we have 30 minutes for coffee break, and we meet us again at 4:30. Okay. So our last speaker is going to give us an introduction. Introduction? Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, okay. So whether you are into drinking or web development, I think it will be a really interesting topic.
Thank you so much. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Eileen, and I like to drink. This doesn't make me an alcoholic, I hope. But, well, in fact, I'm someone who likes to go to bars, hang out with friends, and have a good glass of wine or beer here and there. Who of you agrees? Raise your hand if you like to go out for drinks. Hey, great. So we are like-minded, I think. However, for me, what is also true is that I'm sometimes very indecisive upon what to drink. Just as I'm also very indecisive when I develop software and I have to name a variable. So please also raise your hand if you feel this problem and you are sometimes in a bar and the waiter comes and he's like, what wine would you like to try? And you're like, I don't fucking know. So yeah, that's also me. Good news here, I'm a software engineer. So I decided to tackle this problem hands-on by, of course, developing an application. So my idea was to take the menu of my favorite wine bar and transform it into a digital menu that would have a shuffle function. And with this shuffle function, I would be relieved from the burden of making a decision. So yeah, what does that mean? It does mean that it comes with a win-win-win situation. Win number one, I can try different wines or beers or whatever. Win number two, oh, that's lovely with the cross. Win number two, I would be relieved from the burden of making the decision. So if there are some fellow friends here who joined the workshop with Fabrice today, I don't think so. Anyway, we were talking about system 1 and system 2 decisions there. And I don't want to put my system 2 into this. I want to have the decision ready when the waiter comes. Third point, most importantly, I want to impress my friends. So yeah, that was my motivation. What did I do? I quickly scribbled the design. I'm not a designer, as you can see, but I tried. And then I implemented it using cool things like TypeScript, Next.js, big fangirl, thank you. Also Tailwind. And I'm a developer, of course, a lot of coffee on the way. Yeah, but then to make sure that I could properly impress my friends with that, I had to make sure that my app would actually perform well. So what did I do? I went to Lighthouse. Well, first of all, I went to Google Chrome, my favorite browser, and I ran the Lighthouse analysis. And as you can see, yeah, not the best result. So, sad me, I had to do something about it. Well, skeptical me at first, then sad me. But I'm very much aware that maybe not everyone here is actually a front-end engineer or software developer. So let me give you my hand and introduce you and take you maybe through a little round trip to website performance wonderland. Because, as I said, performance was my issue. And when talking about performance in the web world, we care about something that is called Web Vitals. So what are Web Vitals? Web Vitals are essentially a set of metrics that you as a developer, foremost web developer, would use to have a better idea about how does my application actually perform. Yeah, the way I phrased it here is it's a set of performance metrics. That's essentially what it is. You could, if we stay in the wine world, maybe think of it as the sommelier's guide to a nice web application. Where do Web Vitals come from? Maybe also good information. They were developed by Google, mainly. So they come from a project that was spearheaded by Google, to be precise. And the dimensions they mainly focus on are performance, interactivity, and visual stability. So why should you care about Web Vitals at all? First of all, user experience. I think that one is pretty clear, but I want to add here that a good user experience is actually not so much the goal itself. I mean, it kind of is, because you want to build cool things for the web and you want to be, you want your friends to be impressed like me. But also, if you think this a little bit further, you might be in a business context in which a good user experience is actually crucial to achieve your main result, your main goal, which could be the customer buying something, or the customer deciding whether they should hire you, or actually be interested in your business, whatever it might be. So yeah, user experience, of course, nice to have, but the goal behind that, most of the time, is a bigger one. Yeah, but another point here, kind of the same goal though, search engine optimization. So it has been revealed that the quality of performance for a web application does influence your Google rankings. There's actually a very nice article about this that was written by the guys from Versa. Maybe I can share the link later if you're interested in that, because they really do an in-depth analysis on this, what I'm not doing here. Anyway, last point. Of course, you are also an exceptional developer, and you are always aiming for the 100% and for the very best result. So this is also why, of course, you should care about Web Vitals. Now, if we look at this a bit closer, we're going to encounter 3 core Web Vitals. And core Web Vitals are essentially a subset of the list that we just saw, that I didn't read to you because it's too much to process anyway. But if you walk away from this talk, I would like you to at least keep these 3 in mind, because they are, let me phrase it that way, the most important things, so that if you manage to score well here, everything else will most likely fall into place. So first thing, I already spoiled it, is the LCP, the largest contentful paint. This one looks closely at performance, because what it does, it measures the time it takes for the largest content element to actually become visible in the loading process. Next one, the CLS, is the cumulative layout shift. That's the one that analyzes how long it takes, it analyzes, that's actually very, very funny that this is in the middle of this, so it's a very bad visualization here. Anyway, yeah, it quantifies the amount of unexpected layout shifts. So it's probably pretty unexpected that a screen like this would be divided in 4. So anyway, last point, the first input delay looks at interactivity, and yeah, it basically looks at the time it takes for the browser to react to the first interaction you try to make. Before you're taking a picture, wait, because we're in the web world and things change here. So just very recently, this week, namely, we changed this. Oh my God, I need to stay away from that. So yeah, interaction to next paint is now the new third Web Vital, because they wanted to make sure that, I mean, interactivity is pretty important, obviously. So they wanted to make sure that we look at this in a more holistic kind of way. Because normally you don't only interact with a website in the first seconds and then you're happy forever, but actually you want to make sure that every interaction is fast and quick and nice and a good experience. So interaction to next paint looks at the delays between all the user experience, all the user interactions and the time it takes for the respective update to happen. So yeah, pretty nice. The first set of learnings, as a service, I deliver this to you here so that if you walk away from this talk, you can keep this in mind. So what did we look at? We looked at Web Vitals. What are they? They're crucial performance metrics, and they come from Google, and they are a great guide for us, web developers. Then what do? They impact user experience, they impact SEO, and they are important eventually for the website's success. Remember these three if you walk away: the LCP, the CLS, and the interaction to next paint, because they are the primary focus, or should be, to influence user engagement. Hooray! Now, we are going back to my little wine application. Remember, sad me, score of 52, not very well done. Not sure though how many developers are actually here, but I want to give this a little side note for my fellow developer friends. I'm very much aware that lighthouse analysis is not the greatest tool to actually measure website performance. It gives you an idea, but to be completely transparent here, this does look at core web vitals, but it also takes into account the total blocking time and the speed index, and it's lab data and not field data. So for the purpose of this talk, we are looking at this, but if you're a developer, yeah, keep in mind that it's nice, but there are other ways. We can talk about this in more detail later, if you're interested. Anyway, looking at this, I was imagining if my application would have been a drawing, how would it look like? Maybe like this. So not very sophisticated yet. I was lucky though, because I decided to use a framework which is called Next.js, which is pretty handy if you know how to use it. But if you're like me and you're a lazy developer and you don't read the documentation, you don't actually make use of the power that you have in your hands. But fear not, because I'm here to teach you so that you don't have to read the documentation and you can learn from my mistakes. So what I did is that I created a new branch for every out-of-the-box feature that Next.js would deliver to me. And I tried to understand how much these features actually influence the performance of my Next.js app. Taking a minor step back here, though, some of you, I can see some question marks, are still looking at me like, what the hell is she talking about? What the hell is Next.js? I got you covered. Next.js is a web framework that is kind of built on top of React, and it's pretty much state of the art. Because even the React guys these days don't recommend anymore using React standalone, but they would recommend to use something like Next.js on top to make use of the great features that it brings to us developers. And they have been around for quite a while, almost 10 years, I guess. But they significantly gained more traction last year when they actually introduced the app router, which is also when I started working with Next.js. And what makes Next.js so great? Well, there are a couple of things, and I could talk for hours about it. But the main thing you should keep in mind is the capability of server-side rendering and static generation out of the box, which makes my life and some developers' lives way easier. And basically, it, pushed us forward in the transition from the classical SPAs back to using server-side capabilities again, which is pretty nice. And last point here, and this is actually the main focus of this talk, is the fact that it comes with some out-of-the-box optimization features to help us live an easy and happy life as web developers. So, now we know. We know about Web Vitals, we know about Next.js, so let's uncork some magic. You can see we're back with the wines. First feature. I was looking closer at image optimization. Now, before optimizing anything, I would be the pretty straightforward, simple-minded React developer and just use an HTML image tag, put my content in there, and be happy. However, not so happy, because it leaves me with the responsibility to manually confirm responsiveness and to think about what format do I actually need to use here. And also I needed to make sure, is there any lazy loading needed, and that I would need to implement this as well. So you can see a lot of things that I need to do and think about. But Next.js has something up its sleeve. I was pretty happy about that, because now I can only implement the image component from Next. You can see, like, this is one line of importing something and then just exchanging this down here. And it delivered to me an automatic resizing. So it does my job pretty much, which is great. As I said, I'm lazy. It also thinks about format optimization. So your images would be delivered in a WebP format, which is pretty great. And on-demand lazy loading is also a feature that it comes with. Good thing here is also that Next.js has the capability to optimize images in the minute the user requests them. So even though we make use of a lot of optimization features here, we keep our build times low. So easy life again. And now, as I said, I did exactly this to all of the images in my little application. And I was pretty happy to see there's progress. So I think, well, a bit better already. Still not Picasso, but we're getting there. Next one, font optimization. Fonts are, well, pretty important in the web world, obviously. Maybe I should not work here so you can see things. So yeah, my little my little wine menu would also have a specific font, obviously. And yeah, fonts are pretty amazing. I mean, they're important for design purposes, and you want to look at your brand strategy and stuff. So yeah, use nice fonts. But please don't make this interfere with performance. However, I did, because the way I implemented this would require another round trip to the server to actually go and fetch font declarations. What does that result to? Potentially blocking the rendering process. Pretty bad. Long loading times, we don't want this. And also, if you're very unlucky and you're doing it very wrong, there might be a little flicker of unstyled text, which is probably the most horrible user experience that you can have. So let's optimize here. Next.js, please send help. Hey, Next.js sends help here. So Next.js automatically inlines font CSS at build time. And with that, you eliminate this extra round trip to the server. So you save time, which is great. And then especially if you're using Google fonts, you're going to be very happy to discover that they are self-hosted automatically. So I did exactly this. I used the Google font in my wine menu. And yeah, with that, I was able to only import this from Next Font Google. And it's deployed in the same location as my app, so no extra round trip needed, no time that gets lost in the loading process. Look at that! We're evolving again. Still no color, but we are getting better. We're getting better. Next one. Let's look at imports. Import optimization is also an pretty straightforward Next.js feature. Before using it, however, I did something that is actually very, very easy and very basic. So the reason I did this, maybe I start with that, is that I wanted to give the users of my little wine menu, and by users I mean myself, I wanted to give myself the opportunity to search for different brands, and maybe, if somebody would give me a recommendation, I could check, Salento, okay, let's see what I have in the Salento part of the menu. So yeah, I used a third-party library to support myself with the search function. I'm not going to explain in detail now why I did this. Anyway, I used Fuse as a third-party library. But that comes with, well, some conflicts when it comes to bundle size, because obviously if you import a huge third-party library, you increase your initial bundle size. And an initial bundle size would take what? Longer to load, exactly. So again, negative impact on metrics, and also potentially even a wasted bandwidth, because what if in this time that I'm using my wine menu, I would not actually want to look for a certain type of wine. Then I wouldn't even need the search function, and I would still load it, and it would be there and just be a waste of resources. So next, send help to me again. Because what Next.js does is it supports ECMAScript dynamic imports. Pretty easy. So I could move this whole import situation into my on-change event, which would help me to not initially, I know it's a bit annoying that you cannot actually see everything, but believe me, it was very easy. And yeah, I mean by that, you would only make use of the import as soon as the user actually requests what this third library does. So you keep the initial load time low. And this would result in an improved user experience. Now, because I'm staying in the import world here, I added something that is like pretty much the same thing, but not really. Because what I also decided to do in my little wine application is to have access to reserving the table for the next time that I'm gonna come. So again, yeah, picture me in the wine bar with my friends, like, yeah, which wine? Okay, that one, nice, shuffle function, cool. So when should we meet next? Yeah, next Friday. Okay, cool, let me just book a table. That was what I had in mind when I implemented this. So what would happen if you click a little button? You would see a little popover that would ask you, when do you want to come next? So I thought this would be a good idea. But again, this is a feature that I might use sometimes, and another day I wouldn't use it because, I don't know, I'm not making many plans, and next time I might just come spontaneously. So again, I wanted to make sure that I import this dynamically as well, and Next.js helped me with that. Now, there are actually two ways in which you could implement this. One would be to use React Lazy with suspense. That's what I would have done if I would have still been working with React at the time. But now that I entered Next.js Wonderland, I was pretty happy to see that they have something that they call, that you can import from Next Dynamic, which has the very simple name Dynamic. And it helps you to dynamically import React components. So that my little popover would also, again, only be loaded as soon as I would actually request it and need it. And this, again, gives me the opportunity to implement a custom loading strategy and would result in faster loading time in the initial loading process. And this, I mean, you might have the thought in your head now, well, Eileen, this is like a little React component. How long can it take to load? Yes, it would not take that long, obviously. But again, if you think it further and you build like huge applications, you want to make sure that they're actually scalable. And with this thought in your head, you want to be sure that even in the very beginning, you start off by saving time with those kind of strategies. So now I did the score analysis again, and yeah, pretty happy to see there's progress happening. And I thought here, we can actually bring the colors back. So, let me check the time. Okay, going well. I'm again walking into the wrong direction. So, last one here, script optimization. Wow. My wine menu doesn't actually need Google Analytics. It does not. And also, I don't want my wine consumption to be analyzed by anyone. So cross this off your mind when thinking about the wine shuffle function. However, I wanted to make a point here because this is actually a feature of Next.js that I really like as well. Because you can see before, if you want to import a third-party script, and this could be pretty much everything, so yeah, it could be Google Analytics script, it could be something different, it doesn't really matter. However, if you want to import it, you would need to append it to the head tag every time, and it would again lead to blocking resources in the very beginning, and yeah, I mean, you're not really in control about it. It has this certain space where it would need to be, and you would just have to accept it, and then it's there, and it gives you poor performance scores. But with the next script component, you can not only simplify script management in general, but you can also use it everywhere that you want. You don't necessarily need to append it to the head. So it would give you the opportunity to control your script execution a bit more, give you more flexibility, and even comes with a strategy property in which you can specify how exactly do you want this to be loaded. So in this case, the after interactive prop would do exactly what it says. It would load this as soon as your website has already become interactive. So let's see where this results. Hey, 76 again. So yeah, I told you before, Lighthouse is a bit weird sometimes, but you can see there is progress happening when applying those different features. And the colors came back. Isn't that nice? Okay, so that was just, yeah, a short introduction into the power that comes with Next.js if you are actually informed about what work it takes away from you. So what I did at the very end of my little experiment is that I cherry-picked all the commits into one branch, and then I ran Lighthouse again. And I was pretty happy to see that, because, I mean, that's the result we want to have. And that's obviously what my friends would be impressed by. I guess they would not, because they wouldn't even notice. But I was very happy to see that. And I think now we are full Picasso here. So let me recap this a bit. When you walk away from this talk, please keep in mind that you have listened for half an hour to a Next.js fangirl. So Next.js comes with some really cool features to, let's say, optimization features to enhance performance without that much manual effort. Because, I mean, you saw the changes in the code were not really huge. And this includes, but is not limited to, all of the things that we have just seen. So image optimization, font optimization, the imports, the third-party scripts if you need them, all pretty simple. What did I actually write here? Ah, yeah. This is not only about speed, and well, I mean, I talked a lot about load times, I know, but please again keep in mind that this is just a very small part of what you actually do to optimize the performance of your web application, and load times are also just a very small dimension of user experience. But it's an important one, and it's something that me, being a software developer in an basically agency, that I deal with this quite a lot, because we work for different clients, and whenever we are in a new project, they would always look at, but how well is that actually performing? Like, what are you building there? Show me some KPIs, show me metrics. I'm a client, I don't understand what you're doing, I just want to see numbers. So this is a way of approaching projects like this. Cheers again. Yeah, and right, I'm already at the end. I think I kind of landed the timing. So yeah, thank you very much for listening. Again, my name is Eileen, and I work for MyBonWolf. If you are interested or you have any questions on that, you can reach out to me. And with that being said, I'm looking over to Julia or whoever wants to take over the microphone for me. Thank you very much. If I would have a glass of wine, I would say cheers, but I don't have one, so you might want to imagine it in my hands. Maybe you're going to see me with one later. And yeah, thank you very much, and cheers. And that's a wrap, I guess. I didn't really leave time for questions. But you can ask questions later if you want. Okay.
You will also be here a little more, right? Maybe 10 minutes for people to come up?
Yes, I will be here.
Be quick. She's leaving in 5. All right. Thank you. And as a little thank you, here's a little gift for you. So you have 1 more hour to hang out here, grab some more drinks. If you find another bowl in the back, also feel free to grab that. And then we will kick you out at 6. So connect and get to know each other a little more. And thank you so much for joining today.